Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Definitely. Good afternoon, all the viewers listening and watching the number one program and YouTube. I've been watching some of the videos too. Very interested and informative, and stuff that you have to think, gives you an opportunity to think. So I'm happy to be here.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Yes. Big up coach's desk. Big up, tune in. That's it, man.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Welcome everyone to the show. This is your host, Coach Minzy, and we are here again. We're going to be getting your sporting experience on the coach's desk. Hoping everyone is doing well. Everybody is doing all right. First and foremost, it's the first show of the new year 2022. Everybody, big up yourself. Happy New Year to you, one and all. Big up to the persons on Facebook. Big up to the silent deskers. Big up to the persons who always take the time out to be around here. Yeah, man, we appreciate you. And definitely, we are looking for a stellar year this year, especially where the Reggae Boyz are concerned, people. This is a very, very important year for the Reggae Boyz. No two ways about it. No two ways about it. This is an important year. It's the World Cup year. We are in a predicament. We have to ensure that we put our best foot forward going into these games that we have. Yes, we need to sort these games out. It is important. Very, 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 very important. Yes, people. Definitely, we're looking forward. These important 6 games starting the 27th of this month. Only 25 days to go. Indeed, 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 indeed. We have to ensure that we get things together. It's World Cup year, people. This is the year of World Cup. Can you believe it? Yes, World Cup year. Ah, World Cup year. Will the Reggae Boyz make it to this World Cup? I want to go to the World Cup. I want the team to go to the World Cup. Yeah. And I know that the coach wants to go to the World Cup. I know that the players want to go to the World Cup. Yes, they do. You know what I mean? And they have to go out there. They have to put in some good performance, some decent performance to ensure that they do the necessaries and reach to this World Cup. Yeah, definitely. A drum roll for that one. All right, all right. So bless up everyone that has come in. First and foremost, I'll say this once. Hit the like button. Once you enter into the sporting arena, you hit the like button. It's a means of sanitization. And of course, we know that the virus is out of control again. So, people, sort out the thing, man. Sort out the thing, man. Hit the like button. It's a golden rule. Of course, you know it's a golden rule. Yeah, we were missing in action yesterday, and we have to say a big, big, big apology where that is concerned. so many things happened yesterday. I honestly I can't pinpoint one thing that would have stopped the show from happening yesterday. But we do apologize for that. I know you'll forgive me because it was New Year. It was was a holiday. So yeah, man, definitely. Um, so big up to the persons in the comment section. I trust that you like the new look. We're trying to bring this look to the thing this year. Yeah, it's a new year. We're talking about elevation. Yeah, that's one of my aim this year. You know what I mean? Elevate. Yeah. So we throw on a coat and see if we can get it looking, yeah, a little bit decent, so to speak. Tell me if you like it, people. Tell me if you like it. We started it from Friday night and we rolled it over into the new year. Mm-hmm. How is everybody doing? I trust that you are well. I'm going into the comment section now to check things out. And please remember also, people, that the phone line is open. The phone line is open. So you can always give us a call, let your voice be heard on the topic at hand. Yes, it is a very important year. Very important topic for us to discuss tonight. Yes, this evening. What say you? What say you? And of course, we'll be looking into the EPL review. Mm-hmm. Some things happen over the weekend. Some man are balling, a lot of tears. But I ain't gonna say nothing. People be crying, man. People be crying. People be crying. You know what I mean? People be crying. But we're gonna be delving into that. Yeah, definitely will be going into that. Yeah. All right. So let me check out some of your comments in the comment section. Yeah, people, let me know the comment section. Ready? Read them up. Yes, and we see the first person in the comment section. The man called Balakar. Yeah, Balakar. Big up yourself. Welcome. He says, check, check. Yeah, man. Richie Richards. Big up yourself. Good evening from Kingston to New York. All right, Richie Richards. Big up the whole New York, the whole tri-state. Yeah, big up on yourself. We have Brown Beer in the building. Big up yourself. Welcome. Melvin Levy. Greetings to you. Yeah, man. Thanks. And this very same to you, Melvin. Yeah, man. Definitely. That's our aim. Like we say, no, elevate, elevate. Yeah? Elevate. John Lennon, welcome to the show. Big deal, Len. Big deal. Big of yourself, Balakar say, Happy New Year to everyone. Yeah, man, Balakar, big of yourself. Main Motion Studio is saying new camera. What is saying main motion? You're donating a new camera to the coach's desk. I appreciate it, Thanks very much. Just link me on IG and we arrange how we can get it. Yeah? Big up yourself. Dr. Aero, Happy New Year to each and every one. Welcome, Dr. Aero. Happy New Year to you too. Sherman Scott, big up yourself, bro. Whole Clarendon massive, Big up on yourself. Yeah, man, big up yourself. Loud Music Entertainment, big up yourself. Welcome to the show. Fresh in the building. Big up Fresh God. Yeah, man. Fresh God, I gotta say everything with me. When me I gotta say at probably the beginning. So I said you should like up the live, enter the stream, whatever. Fresh will take over now because I'm not saying it again. All right. Ethel Campbell, welcome to the show. All right. So Ethel say him like the look. All right. So yeah, man. Comment people if you prefer the blazer style thing, as opposed to, a look a t-shirt and with the graphics on it. Yeah, yeah, but we still have it under, but the coat kind of brings something different. Yeah. All right, big deal. Same like the look, Give them a update. Owen, pick up yourself. M10 football. Blessed New Year to you, my friend. Big up yourself. Yeah, man, wish you all the best. Bala Bozakar, aka Antonio Eta. No, man, Balakar graduate from that. Owen. Balakar graduate from that, man. If you say Ethan Peanut, no, we can understand. Kevin Bailey, big up yourself. All the best for the new year. Leighton Griffiths, big up yourself from America. Yeah, man. Bless up all the North Americans in the building. Leighton Griffiths, thanks for tuning in. If you're new, you can simply hit the subscribe button and become a part of the movement. You know what I mean? Tony Green, welcome to the show. Yeah, man. Blessed Sunday evening, a healthy new year. Your health is your wealth. Of course. So, people them that have been eating, badly, you need to change your diet because they say garbage in, garbage out. And you are what you eat. So, yeah, man, pay attention to what you eat. Like Tony say, your health is your wealth, The longer you live, the more healthy you are, more likely that you have a more time to get wealth. Yeah? CC Sports Lab, big up yourself. Man said this is now a Blazers desk. Yeah, they win a trailblazer, man. They are talk to CC. We are trailblazers, man. Yeah, man, big up yourself. Brain Drain. Oh, Brain Drain just came in. I explained that already. But welcome to the show. Another erudite in the building. Fabian Full, big up yourself. Brooklyn in the house. So, Staten Island, Long Island, Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, the whole New York. Manhattan, the whole New York. Yeah, big up on yourself. GS Ferran in the building. Check. Another erudite. Big up yourself. Julian Lakeman. NY/NJ, which is New Jersey. Big up yourself, Julian. The whole North America in the building, Hold on. There's a bid drain daily. Reggae Boyz can qualify for the World Cup because this team better than Simo 98 squad. But we're in a hole right now in a bid drain. Bid drain. And if a brain drain, big up yourself late, man. Bid drain. Popsy said that. All right, Popsy, big up yourself. Ian Campbell, big up yourself, man. Welcome. Happy New Year to everybody that is here. And those who are coming, Happy New Year. Those who are watching on the watchback, Happy New Year. People, the phone line is up and running. You can call in 876-474-3538. Call and let your voice be heard as we discuss an important year for the Reggae Boyz. Very, very, very important year. Yes, man. A whole lot will be happening in this year. Vincent Cunningham, welcome to the show. Yeah, man. New year, big progress for the program and the Reggae Boyz. Looking good, coach. Yeah, man. Big up yourself and thanks. I wish you all the good things that 2022 has to offer. Big up yourself. Westland. All right. Westland, same like it. It looks more professional. All right. Westland, big up yourself. Balakar say own. Owen Balakar. But I guess that the autocorrect did that. Happy New Year, Sean Bliss from over England. Big up yourself. It's a Canada overrated brain drain. All right. Let us see. Big up coach and the man there. Yeah, man. Big up Conrad Smith. Welcome. It looks more professional. All right. All right. Hey, people. You know me not like do them things still in a but anybody out there from the 81 people that are on now, if you see where coach's desk can be improved, whether by equipment or a suggestion on anything that we do, feel free to hit me up on Instagram. So if you have a camera like me in motion, we'll go, donate to the program, no problem. If you have another mic that you can donate, not a problem. We accept them. Everything we accept. Because once it is the benefit of the program so that you get good quality content, I'll accept it. So big up on yourself, people. I just putting that out there. Yeah? All right. So Ian Campbell, Balaka, Ethan Finger is probably the most informed defender in the EPL currently. All right. All right, Daily saying that he's always watching the program. All right, Daily, thanks very much. And if you have not subscribed to no Daily, please, there's room in the stadium. Hey, that stadium have some capacity infinite, never ending capacity. So you can just hit the subscribe button, and please remember to tell a friend about Coach's Desk. Yeah, big up yourself. So people who eat jerk chicken are jerks. Who are you asking that question, Brain Drain? I guess he's referring that to me because I said you are what you eat. How do I put it? I think Brain Drain has himself as a scholar, right, Jason? So if I made that statement of you are what you eat, then Brain Drain, as the scholar he is, should be able to decipher and think outside the box and analyze that statement and come with a conclusion. If you want to eat the jerk chicken every day, you will become a jerk, Brain Drain. I leave it there. Anyways, real baller, big up yourself, baller. Car New Year resolution, get a clean heart, youth. Stop promoting decision. Yeah. Or a division you want to say, real baller. You know that look like a one typo. Triple E, big up yourself, man. Happy New Year. Mr. Galaxy, Happy New Year. I think it's Badrian. All right, Brain Drain. Oh, yeah, man, Badrian. Okay. See, the eyes can fool us sometime, you know. I sense another apology coming on your part. All right. First call for 2021. Guess who is it, people? Balakar. Welcome to the show. You're live.
Yeah, man, there, man. Yo, coach.
Yeah, man.
When I tell the people them, because last night we did on Ryan show.
Hold on there before we get into that, Balakar.
No, man. No,
bad
man.
No, man. Listen, no, man. I give you time for chance to talk. I'm just giving you Happy New Year greetings, boss. And I'm nothing bad me I say, man. Me just a shout out Happy New Year greetings to Balakar. You're the first person called for 2022. So big up yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. One up same way, man. Me I tell the man them last night, say, on Ryan show, say, the Antonio thing and the Anthony Grant thing. Me apologize long time. Tell them no.
Of course you did. Yeah, man, you did that, man.
So me I tell the man them from the program last night and the man bring up some old news and them thing there. You see me? When me say yo, me can apologize and say me wrong, and next man can't say them wrong because they have too much ego. You see me? So I just that me a call to talk about. You see me? Cause most of the people them in the comment did over Ryan LFC show last night.
Okay.
So I just that morning to know. You see me?
Mm.
Now make him man them know say a long time. Me say alright, yeah. Me wrong about Antonio. I'm wrong about Grant.
Yeah,
You see
man,
me?
you did say that, man.
Yeah, man. So bless up.
Yeah, man, big up
You see
yourself
it?
and wish you all the best for the new year. See?
Yeah, man.
All right, peace. All right, so Balakar call in for clarify the thing, people. All right, so your next caller come in. Caller, welcome, you're live. Hello?
Yeah, good night, good night.
Good night, caller.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, man, I hear you clearly, man.
Yeah, good night. It's Adrian. Adrian, you mean it?
Oh, Dadrian. Okay. Yeah, man, welcome, man. Oh, Badrian.
Adrian,
Yeah, man.
B-A-I, yeah.
Yeah, man, Badrian.
Yeah, Adrian,
Badrian
yeah.
Daily.
I was yeah, man.
Hold on, the
Yeah, I
background.
was watching a
Hold on.
program, you know.
The background noise, probably y'all listen to the program same time. So mute the background before you say another word.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, it sound better.
Oh, yeah, man. I was listening to a program still, you know.
Yeah, man, respect. Happy New Year to you too, man.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, man. Año feliz cumpleaños.
Yeah. You gone Spanish.
Yeah, man. I say, Reggae Boy have a good chance can go World Cup though.
Yeah, man. I still have an outside chance.
Cause remember say this new squad are better than Rene's small squad from 98.
Yeah.
Cause have more experienced players, midfield, Ravel Morrison, likes him in Miguel. Cause Whitmore never use him up, Whitmore not use him up. Whitmore have a problem with him.
Yeah. But he's a new coach now, man. So
What? Yeah, man, Paula. Yeah. Paula scored for Jamaica already.
say that again.
Paula ever scored for Jamaica?
What you say, man?
Much goal him score?
I don't know
Or two.
I don't know exactly, but I know him score for Jamaica already.
Him speedy still, you know, he's a speedy player.
Yeah.
But man, I say, more Reggae Boy got World Cup this year because I want to see them, you know?
Yeah, man, definitely, man. I want them go World Cup, man.
So who any replacement for Leon Bailey?
We're not sure, We're not sure who Paula will call up. That's what I am interested in, to see who he will call up. But I know we're scouting Demarai Gray. So hopefully we can get him in the thing.
Okay. So Roof fit again? Or him still injured?
Who?
Roof.
I think Roof still, yeah, man. Roof good, man.
Oh. Alright, me just keep watching the program still and follow up on what you have saying about the Reggae Boy.
Yeah, man, cool. And just for clarity, Paul has scored 14 goals for Jamaica in 41 games. Yeah, man.
Alright. Paul, like, me love him placing and run on the flank and create enough chances.
Yeah,
alright, so I go and take in the program still. So you have to say, I'm more interested in my calling and so I can say one and two things towards it. Alright, thanks.
Alright, big up yourself, man. Thanks for calling. Alright, so that's Badrian Daily calling in. Alright. Jairus, big up yourself. Happy New Year. I said Jason Balakar, soon say light. Tennessee Lewis, big up yourself. I say need some richest roots. Alright, me need to get some roots and ship off to Balakar. Balakar, I'm gonna send some to Clarendon. All right. Let me see anybody new come in. So Balakar blessing. All right. So you are going to follow Cranky with that C bar. So people, let me ask, how important a year is this for the Reggae Boys? Yeah, Balakar to run from battles yesterday. I saw no deal with him, wicked. Oh man. Oh, it was a question? Okay, it's a question. Okay. But they on the show till it done appeared. Oh, yeah, man. Happy New Year to everyone. Everyone in the building. Happy New Year. Everyone in the sporting arena. Big up on yourself. Happy New Year, Siobhan. CC. Big up yourself, CC Labs. Digital Home Tech. Happy New Year to you too. It's a Siobhan Balakar get a whole heap. London is red. Big up yourself. We see London in red in the street today, no. Good youth, you know, man. But London, big up yourself, man. We hope that the new year will be better than last year for you. Yeah? Big up yourself. I say battle's ready. Hey, Ian say Happy New Year to Balakar and all them. Well, Ian, I am suspecting that those are champagne bottles that are corked and they are not empty bottles that you're tossing towards Balakar. Wait, say waiting on the Pinnock apology from Balakar. Okay. So Balakar, that's it, you know. The people need to hear the Pinnock. Cause you have been saying Pinnock not good enough. You did say I was stop, you know, when Cataract and Cranky did up on the show, you know. What you saying? Did I move away last night, Ramdeen? Oh boy. Is it too late to apologize for Balakar now, sir? Yes, Lloyd, big up yourself. Yeah, man. Happy New Year to you and thanks much, man. Yeah, man. We are trying. I'm telling you now, people, we are doing our best to ensure that we even reach some top production for the show, you know? Reach all United stand type of level where we are give some good production of the show, not only good information and good discussion. Yeah. So we're working on it, man. We're working on it. And as I said before, 119 people on. People, you can donate to the show. Whether in equipment, whether in super chat, whether in liking, whether in watching, whether in sharing, just donate the best way that you can. Because when you donate, we ensure we use it wisely to make the space a better place. All right? So big up on yourself. Siobhan say, Coach, give him them bottle here. Balakar, you start of the year, panda foot in the brother. Yeah. Yeah, man. Siobhan, I me place you in a you. That not gonna work. Spanish sugar cola. It's a cumpleaños feliz. So, brain drain. 14 hour now. No understand that. Lolo in the building. Big up yourself, Lolo. CM to you, man. Well, it's a Cranky represented well. Yeah, man. Cranky the boss, man. Big up to Cranky. Stan Cranky, you know? Stan Cranky held down the show the other night, man. Mm-hmm. What is it? Owen, the caller must be from another. Oh, boy. Hey, one thing we do, you know, the year changed, you know, but guess what? Y'all remain the same. Big up on yourself. But that's why the show always nice still, know, people. Profound Ministry in the building. Welcome, Profound Minister. Happy New Year to you. Yeah, man. Blessings and honor to the Most High God. Greetings, Coach, and the Desk family. Happy New Year to one and all. Yeah, man. Same thing goes to you and your profound ministry and your family. You know what I mean? Kevin Williams, big up yourself. Welcome to the show. There is only one Leon Bailey. Of course, there's only one Leon Bailey. 14 goes for Paul for Jamaica. Yeah. It's a caller not from planet Earth. Well, 42 games. Ian Kabla. Yeah, man, Jairus, big up. J-Ham, this is a make or break year for the Reggae Boys. Absolutely, J-Ham. It is indeed a make or break year because trust me, with how things stands, trust me, it's like the Reggae Boys are in a warfare and they are surrounded by the most vicious of enemies. And where they are right now, they have to be very, 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 very careful. Because if they don't trod careful, skillfully, it would be like they're on a landmine. So their steps have to be precise. Yeah? Trust me. So selection has to be to the T. Decision making, players' decision on the field of play, where they have to make the best decision possible. Some improvisation has to take place as well. Some utilization of their skill set to maneuver themselves out of situations that might seem like they're going down. So we have not been having the best of quote unquote luck, because luck, I believe, works in sports. So is this the year for us? Will we be heading to Qatar in a very strange way at a very strange time? Because World Cup normally is in the summer, but this time around, it will not be in the summer. So there's so much things that is going to be different where that is concerned. So we're looking forward to the Reggae Boys doing what they have to do. I rather for us to make than to break. Yes, make it to the World Cup. That's what I want us to do. So J-Am, absolutely correct. Jermaine Hendricks, bless up yourself. Happy New Year to you too. Batlas vibes doing Atkins. So what you think about him? That call up? Yes, man. I totally agree with the busy Atkins call up. A good little player. We hope that he'll just grab that opportunity and just squeeze it, wring it dry, do whatever he has to do in order to make the team. From what I've heard is that the selection of this team is also about looking for the next generation, you know. That's the information I have gotten. It's about, if you notice, the team is young, and it's about the next generation. These young players that were selected, the coaching staff, they are really looking at the next generation. So that is a plus, and definitely doing busy at Atkinson. Yeah, man, real deal. Tennessee said Balakar carry feelings. All right. Julian Lateman said big up yourself. All right, coach, can you find out for me what is the latest on Jamaica hosting an event called the Caribbean Africa Cup, which the Minister of Sport announced in 2019? and would be held as an annual football event. Okay, I'll look that up. The Caribbean Africa Cup. First, may I hear about that still, but can check it out. Yeah, Toxie should be there, man. Toxie is in that squad daily. Ricky Chupa, big up yourself. Happy New Year. Yes, Profound. Big up yourself, man. All right. Andrew Old said, big up. When is Jamaica first match? Jamaica will be playing a match the 20th of this month. It is a friendly against Peru in Lima. Then the World Cup qualifier games will come up in 7 days' time after that friendly match. So it's going to be on the 27th. All right. TVJ News said that Davis will make him debut versus Mexico. They just said it, Davis. Ian Campbell. You make the paper plate fly. Big up yourself, paper plate. Aka is out because he got 2 yellow cards. Yeah, man, we know that. So that's what I'm saying. I believe that Aka's inclusion in the squad for the Peru game is just a matter of him being asked to play that game to be fit for the next encounter. I don't know. I could be wrong. Fresh God is asking if it is Martin Davis. No, it's not Martin Davis. Coach's desk. Who is on the panel to meet with Mr. Ricketts? We can't mess this up and close down open dialogue. Yeah, man. People will go. I'm not sure if I'll be there. It's a matter of work obligations. I don't think I'll be there, but if I can find a way, I'll find a way. David Davis, people. You don't know about that player? David Davis. Yeah, man, all of them things that they done, Fresh God. Look about him, passport and them something too. Fabian Full says a make or break month. Al J said they're losing the Peru match. It's like a minefield for the Reggae Boyz. Yeah, man. They're going to lose, all right? But hopefully, him a forward. But last vibe say Reggae Boyz can't afford to lose a game. It's rough. Everything has to be spot on. From JFF to coach, right down to players. Absolutely correct. I saw a post today on IG about a club in the JPL going public on the exchange in Jamaica. Seems like they are watching this show. Weren't you guys saying that? Yep. Fresh cut. Yes, I've never did. I'll tell you no. No mistake. Neo Sovereign, big up yourself, man. Vital year for the boys. World Cup quals on the line. Implementation of the new coaches development plan forthcoming. Proposed JFF governance reform promised. And streamlining the recruitment process continues. Well said, Neo. Lulu, we are got a Qatar coach. All right, sir. Alj said, Team Young. Ryan Ellis, welcome to the show. Who is this guy, Atkinson? He plays in the JPL. Very good player. Plays for Cavalier. He's one to watch for the future. Adriel Dan. You took the word out of my mouth, coach. Young youths, them are the future. Yeah, man. Issa Allen, what's up, man? Big up yourself, Issa. If it's about the next generation, I hope Christopher Pierce from KC gets called up soon. Yeah. I remember, people. I was reliably informed. It's about next generation. Yes. I remember Paul Hall is keen on development, especially young talents. Ranel is a 19-year-old, plays for Cavalier. Wishing everyone health, wealth, peace for the new year. Big up Lulu. Big up. Coach, check your Instagram when you have time. So, Coach, the World Cup will be in what month? World Cup would have, I think about November them time. Then October, November World Cup. In that period. Yep. So, like one time we have World Cup in the summer. So people, let me say it again. I said it earlier in the stream when I came on. Yeah, man, I did not have any live yesterday. I don't think it was for any apparent reason, right? The time just ran off. Basically. All right, so if I check my Insta, I don't see nothing. No, the EPL man ain't ready for talk, All right, let me go through this quick, and we can get get rid of the EPL review. Then we talk about how important 2022 is for the boys. Coach, can you bring Diego and Cranky on your show? Yeah, man, Cranky always the about, man. Diego, yeah, man, Diego with party, man. We can link Diego. We don't know if he might come on now. But yeah, man, no problem. We can always bring on Diego, man. So when Rene Simon is going help the Reggae Boyz, we're not sure. Yes, coach, I heard about the African and Caribbean Cup. Okay, I'm probably have to check it out for real. Just to see it on sports news to coach. Okay. About the David Davis youngster, baller. Natty Congo, big up yourself. Happy New Year to you. Ever present, large up. Resident AI still evolving like Pinocchio. One day you'll be a real boy. Fresh God, all is a regulate. Big up. Hey, Pinocchio. Hey, you see you, Neo. Chano. Yeah, man, the World Cup was sometime in November. That period. Coach Minji, please, sir, it would be very important for you to meet with the other YouTubers in the meeting with Mr. Ricketts. Yeah, I know, man, it is important. But if work obligation doesn't allow it, then I just can't go. What we can do, I probably call in, WhatsApp a person, and be there virtually. November to December, yeah. The Peru game is an assessment match, yeah. World Cup is December based on location. No, it's not gonna start exactly December. It's gonna finish probably December, CC. Yeah, man, big up yourself. All right. So somebody asked for Cranky rolling, and the Cranky is here.
Bless up, coach.
Yeah, man, bless up yourself, Cranky. What's up?
Day after New Year's here. Enjoy the New Year's festivities.
Yeah.
Ready for 2022. Looking forward to 2022. Should be an interesting year.
Definitely. And I must say Happy New Year to you.
Same to you and the family. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
and happy New Year to all those in the comment section. I want to make a comment before I forget about brain drain, quote. So I was on another forum, and brain drain was in the forum. And as usual, he's trying to match wits because he think he's Mr. Intellect, and fine. We all should think that way, and we all should aspire to be that. But then he got me confused. There was a discussion about high schools. And he's very proud of his alma mater, Calabar High School.
Ratabar.
Yeah, and he said there were a lot of discussions about high schools and good footballers. And he mentioned a comment around they produce the most DJs. He mentioned Vibes Cartel, Baby Sham. And I just realized, I didn't realize that you went to Calabar to learn how to DJ. So I was wondering where he gets his comments from and his lyrics from. And he always has good comebacks. I didn't realize that even. So I don't understand. So when you see his comments in the section, he went to class, actually. He did go to class. That's very obvious. But then even in a comment, he said any parent who value their kids, I'm going to paraphrase him, would not send their kids downtown to get an education.
Yeah, I remember that comment.
My school is a very diversified school that welcomes everyone, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, those who are lost, those who are confused. We bring them all in. Even people from Africa, we bring in sometimes, as you know, Coach, for different reasons.
Yes.
But anyway, we bring them all in from all over the globe. We don't partial. We are very diversified. But they actually get an education in things other than DJing. That's all I'll say. So I'll leave it there. You're going to get educated, and it shows.
Cranky, you start with people them in the comment section. When they say brain drain a DJ.
Yeah, a DJ.
He's saying that downtown is a life risk.
It's an educational risk to go to a DJ school. That's all I know. You're risking education going to DJ school. But it's okay, brain drain. It's a good start to the New Year's. We'll have battles in 2022.
Yeah, definitely. And people always look forward to you and Cataracts battling, but I think they're overlooking this one between you and brain drain.
But he needs to come on the program because I'm a counterpuncher, Coach. My nephew and I have these things going 24/7 in this house because he thinks he's like brain drain. And he gets knocked down, but he gets up all the time. He's getting knocked down 24/7. So brain drain, I welcome the fight. You should come on the program.
Brain
drain. Let's have it live.
Brain drain and a new year, So you can jump on, man. We send the link, man. All right. So Julian, there you have Cranky on the show. We're not sure if Diego is watching, but Diego is just a fingertip away now. We can just message but Diego is a busy man, But anyways, Cranky, we're gonna talk about the EPL review before we get into the whole important year for the Reggae Boyz. God, this one is critical in a man.
I hear you. I think 2026 is critical, but I can beg to disagree. But I think 2026 is critical. I think we're in a very challenging spot this year, so it may not materialize. But I think we can set the stage going forward to really have great campaigns and to do really well. Especially given that 2026 is set up really well if you want to pursue it to do well.
But in the grand scheme of things, Cranky, why 2020 2 is critical because we still have a chance.
Yes.
And that's why we make mention of that.
Yeah, no, we have a chance. I mean, the other 4 teams that are in front are really in good positions. They don't have. It's almost like you look at the EPL and look at City versus Liverpool and Chelsea. Right? They have to almost win all their other games, and City's not going to lose 4 or 5 games for the rest of the season. So it's a very tough task. So the Panama, the Canadas, the US, and Mexico are in really good positions. If we win out, we have a chance, but that's a tough ask. And as Devin Porter says a number of times, that has never happened before in CONCACAF.
Yeah.
But there's always a first time for everything. So.
Yeah, man. All right, so welcome, CC.
Yeah, I realize that I'm the only one who don't own a blazer, it seems.
No,
Yeah,
man.
CC.
You must can't find one in your closet, man.
CC. It's a new dress code.
Yeah,
2022
man.
no CC. 2022 new dress code.
Different levels where I take the thing, man.
New dress code, CC.
Me know you have me know you have one in your closet. Or you know they want mine, you know.
Location.
The people must have get the blazer, CC. Even though the place hot, you have to get the blazer, man.
Yeah, and my house hot, you know, coach. My house hot, but I put it on.
Yeah, man.
I just turned off the heat a while ago.
Yeah. Oh, because the place so cold, don't it?
Yeah, it's cold. So you have to warm up your house, but my house is hot still.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, so let us start until CC returns. Saturday, I know it was an early one for you, Cranky. You get the go ahead to talk about this one. I've been hearing a whole lot of stuff about this game, what the referee did and this and that. But talk to us about it.
So
Arsenal losing points.
Coach. Yeah, coach. Before we went into the game, when we had these forums, I got a lot of comments in the comment section about this game and the expectations, and it looked like, given history with Man City, because we haven't beaten them forever, we're going to get slaughtered. But we had played well coming up to this game. We beat West Ham pretty easily, beat Leicester pretty easily. Team is gelling. I will say this to everyone in the comment section again. The youngest team in the EPL. Just want to emphasize the youngest team. And we're playing against grown-ups. So we expect to be a tough game, coach. But we lost, coach, but it wasn't a tough game. It was like Liverpool playing against Villa. That's how I view the game. No, City complained that they didn't get a lot of rest. They didn't sleep well. They had all sorts of excuses, but I thought we dominated the game. Now, they didn't get any chance per se. They scored 2 goals. They didn't get any chances. That's the first thing. No clear-cut chances. Martinelli missed an open goal. We lost the game because of Xhaka's foolishness, which Xhaka needs to be replaced. But all the Arsenal coaches before Arteta loves him, but he needs to be replaced. He's slow. He's ponderous. He played well in the game. But he committed a foul which was unnecessary because, we scored first. Very good goal by Saka. Partey played a phenomenal game. We played well all over the field. All our players played well. But obviously, we didn't get the game over the line. We scored first. They came back and Saka gave away a penalty, which some people complain it wasn't, but it was a penalty. And they scored a penalty. And then Gabriel, who got a yellow card because his first yellow because he's trying to create a spot in the penalty spot when the person did the penalty kick. Just stupidly got a yellow for it. And then secondly, he got another yellow, which he got against Southampton previously. Same play, forward turn on him. He's too close. He held him. We went out to 10 men. And even that, but we got a chance before that with Martinelli missed a wide open goal, where the Laporte had the ball over the goalkeeper head. What's his name? Cleared off the line, the Dutch player. Martinelli had an open goal. The referee was in his way, but he still should have scored. So even though we lost, coach, I walked away saying, yeah, we can compete with the big boys. So we lost 2-1, a flimsy goal in the last part of the game, after being down to 10 men in about the 60-something minute. But City didn't look, we made City look ordinary, which says a lot about my team. So we lost, but we didn't walk away with our heads down because we said, you know what? Previously, we said top 4 is a far reach, given the young nature of the team and how many new players we bought. But we feel good about our chances going forward. But we lost. So to say all this is that we lost 2-1, but we held our own against City. The game against Tottenham and Watford, it was a strange game. I thought Watford got a penalty. CC, welcome back, CC. By the way, I don't think your CC want to comment on the Arsenal game before I jump on the Tottenham game. But CC, you look so much better, CC. So much better. So much more professional. You look like an analyst. You look like someone on ESPN First Day.
Yeah, the Arsenal game, like, as a Chelsea fan and a fan who don't want to see City run away with the title, like, I woke up early to watch that game specifically for that specific reason. And when I was watching the game, I saw Arsenal was basically controlling, dominating the game, but for a couple of silly mistakes. It's like, for example, I don't know what Cranky stand on this, but every time Xhaka plays for Arsenal, you expect the extreme. You expect something him to make some form of decision that can affect the game. Whether it goes in Arsenal way or whether it goes in the opposition's way, you're not sure because that's what it comes with Xhaka. And I'm thinking Xhaka is the most experienced player on the team if I'm not if you look at international level, if you look at club level, Xhaka is probably the most experienced player out there. So that challenge that he made is not even the challenge, is the grabbing of the shirt. Because I don't think the challenge would warrant a penalty, but the pulling of the shirt and
Yeah,
then
that's true.
telling the guy to get up as if the guy dived and you never held on to his shirt. So all of that factors in. But then Arsenal dominated it. I said to somebody said City, something about City cut down Arsenal. I'm saying no, Arsenal cut down themselves. Couple silly mistake and they were out of the game, and City never really, like, this is the worst I've seen City played from season, even including the Crystal Palace game
CC, I'm gonna
that
pull
they
you up on
lost.
that. I'm gonna pull you up on that, CC. See, people are confusing two things. Difference
No, I'm
between
not
me
saying
playing.
when I
Wait,
say
wait.
yeah,
No. There's a difference between me playing bad and somebody making me look bad.
exactly. No, I'm not trying
They
to
didn't play
say.
bad. We made them look bad.
Well, Arsenal made them look bad. The Arsenal literally outplayed them yesterday. So I was wondering why is it that Arsenal can't be clinical or not even say clinical, efficient, efficient enough to put away a big team or put away a team that's up there challenging. But I mean,
No, the game was won before Xhaka's foolish. Because here's the thing: we had 6 men in the box. Even if we get beaten, Gabriel was coming over. Partey was in the box. White was in the box. Tomiyasu was in the box. But a bunch of players in the box to prevent him from scoring, and he's going down the wing, so he's on a close angle.
exactly.
There's no reason to pull his shirt.
That is why I'm saying there's no. That's why I said to me the penalty was given because of the shirt that he tugged.
Yeah.
Because if he never tugged the shirt, the referee could not give the penalty, and I don't think VAR would rule it as a penalty based on the player's trajectory and based on the other players that are covering. But the fact that he pulled the shirt, automatically the referee said, "No man, it's a penalty." Or the VAR now I'm gonna give you a penalty. So
But see,
it's like that.
we got a penalty we didn't get, Odegaard got fouled by Edison in the box. We didn't get our penalty. He didn't hit the ball at all. He hit the man's leg. So we can whine all night about what Arsenal should have got. We lost. VAR didn't help us. The ref didn't help us. And we still lost 3 points. And we actually would be chasing down Chelsea. We're not thinking about who's behind us. We would have been 3 points behind or 4 points behind Chelsea right now, or Liverpool. We'd be much closer to them.
To be honest, yeah. I mean, I don't. This might sound weird, but I wanted at least an Arsenal victory because at the end of the day, you, it, whether they're closer to us, that still means City is not too far from us either. So sometimes the enemy of your enemy is your friend.
Yeah, Coach, I saw Braidridge's comment. Coach, only brain drain. Those of you in the comments, read brain drain comment. Don't put it up. Only brain drain. Only brain drain.
Hey, that brother me I tell us. Hey, forget the award in the cranky.
Yeah. Forgive him one. He deserves one.
Brain drain. I need to send you I need to send you your Victor's certificate, man. No, but y'all go on good.
The ref lost the game. The ref lost the game after the Gabriel red card, though. He started messing up. So there's a lot of challenge. Right after Gabriel got the red card, it's as if Arsenal could not get a next call.
Yeah, I mean, Man City does a good job, actually. People don't realize this. Are fouling you without giving up yellow cards. So if you get the ball and you break their lines, they just pull you back, tug you, push you, do something to disrupt the play. But it's Pep's strategy and to start over. We need to learn to do that. But anyway, we don't move from Arsenal game. It's very painful to talk about it.
All right, Tottenham Watford.
Yeah, this is another game, Coach, where Watford got a penalty. So the game was not the best game to watch. They're both laboring teams. Tottenham dominated possession. But Watford got a penalty they didn't get. And Tottenham scored. I mean, it was ridiculous, actually.
So can we safely say that this whole VAR thing is basically still in favor of the big teams?
Well, coach, we gotta think about what we say VAR isn't. They're individuals doing the VAR. It's not the system; it's the people. And human beings make mistakes, and referees or players or VAR aficionados who are monitoring the monitor, they make mistakes. And sometimes, like in our game, they didn't go to the ref. So in our game, they went to the ref and say, "Go look at the monitor for the Xhaka hold," because the ref didn't call anything. Right? The ref said, "Get out." When Odegaard got his foul, they didn't go to the monitor. In the Watford game, they didn't go to the monitor. So it's human beings making errors as they normally do. VAR helps to give you a hindsight view, and hindsight always helps a lot of times, but it's still not going to be perfect. And it's working that way. But it's not going back to, because I had a lot of colleagues in the UK who always complain about, for VAR came in, they never wanted VAR. It doesn't make any sense. We're not America. And now there's nobody telling you that they don't want VAR. They may complain that VAR is not working as it should, but we'll never go back to a non-VAR.
But it still gets. I think it was still necessary in a sense, because there was a lot of simulating, a lot of little ticky-tack things that never was supposed to be in the game, but so there's a lot of things that's supposed to be eliminated out of the game. So I would say it's still a necessity, but it's just in its infancy. So I guess you will have glitches in the matrix. So I won't say because I'm on the I have my team have been on at the end of winning via VAR, losing via VAR, drawing. So at the end of the day, everybody's going through the same circumstances. You facing the same circumstances in a sense. It's just that sometimes the referees them still make some silly mistakes where you wouldn't think that they should be making, but it's the game. We just move on sometimes.
Yeah.
We close off on that Watford game. Tottenham, 3 valuable points again. They keep rolling on.
They haven't lost his content to go over, have they?
Yeah, and they have a game in hand as well,
Yeah.
They have a game in hand. Crystal Palace, West Ham United. Wow. Mikel Antonio.
The score didn't reflect how the game went, actually. Because Crystal Palace missed a lot of chances in that game.
Yeah.
When West Ham won, they were up a couple. They were way up like 3-0 at one point.
Yeah, they were at 3-0.
But Crystal Palace should have done better. They had a lot of chances they missed, and they still came back and scored 2. So
that's the thing. I think from the time Vieira started coach Crystal Palace, Crystal Palace seem to be a team where they don't know if when they're beaten, even if they're missing chances or even if they lost a game. Because I can tell you, like, you realize even a game that they lost 4-0 and the next game that they came, you would have never thought that this team lost a game before 4-0. So this West Ham game, though, the West Ham game, see Antonio coming back-to-back goals coming from the game before where he came on half-time, scored a goal.
So you think he has gotten his groove back?
Yeah, man, I think he has found some form at the right time. We're in January. So right now he's finding form at the right time. So the Antonio goal, and then there was the Crystal Palace goal. I think it's the 83rd minute. That goal, when they squared the ball and the guy touched the ball, it's like the goal itself. I don't think the keeper, the 2 Crystal Palace goal, I don't think the keeper moved. I doubt it. I'm not sure the West Ham keeper knew about those goals. The 2 goals that Crystal Palace scored to try and get back into the game.
Yeah.
They left it a little bit too late because it was way near to the 90th.
They played well and they missed their 2 best players, right? They missed Zaha and this Loney from Chelsea, so they still did well.
Yeah, and I like CC said Antonio found it at the right time, I believe. If you notice, he had a dip in form, he also had the COVID, and what I understand is that his manager David Moyes gave him a one-on-one. And it was a situation where he might, or he would have gotten the axe if he never pull up him socks. And the boss will start him. I guess that would have lifted his confidence. And these are the things we talk about. I did a video on it that if you know the caliber player that you have, and you see that the player is dipping in form, you have to find out what's happening. You have to give the player a pep talk, a one-on-one, just to see what is happening and so forth, to ensure that that player gets back to where that player was, or even better. So his confidence is up again. If you
This
notice,
goal
he
was
was
a brilliant goal
diving.
as well, you
Yeah,
know.
man. He dived on the
Brilliant
field
goal.
for that one.
Brilliant goal. You score, man.
Yeah, man.
But coach, but also you have to look at the run of game. Was he getting opportunities to score? That's the question.
Yeah.
Or was West Ham creating opportunities? I don't think they were creating like they were early in the season.
No, they weren't.
Yeah. So the
And
team
I
has to
think,
take
and
some
I
of the blame,
think
not
the
just
fact
him.
that I think the fact that Boyne has found form too, and Lanzini has found a bit of form, it helps with Antonio going forward. So it's like the forward line itself finding
Yeah.
a bit of form, so it helps in the amount of chances that are being created and circulated in and around the box. Because even the first goal that he scored when he came back, it was a header to him, it was a cross, then somebody headed it back in the box, and then he headed it towards goal and in the net. So you realize that when the other forwards are on form and the ball game, and there's more opportunities being created in and around the area that you operate, then chances are you will get more chances to score or more opportunities to score a goal. And we are seeing the reflection of that right now.
All right. All right. So we can move on to those were the Saturday games. I think that the Crystal Palace and West Ham game, the latter part of the game, it was really exciting. It was nail biting, especially for both fans of the two teams. All right, so the Sunday games. Brentford, Aston Villa. Brentford edge Aston Villa. After Danny Ings would have gotten Aston Villa in the early lead.
Yeah, and I noticed that Pinnock was playing on the right of the back two today.
Mm-hmm. So
He
that
wasn't
shows
playing
how
on the left.
versatile he is.
Balakar, boss.
So Balakar, I know you're in the audience.
Balakar, my friends, yes.
Balakar, I watched Pinnock today, Balakar. He looks like a footballer, don't you think? His team doesn't give him a ton of goals, and he's always starting and playing well. And he actually can pass the ball to the people with the same jersey as him when he's in the defense. If you have a green on, he passes the people in a green shirt versus those in the other colors. I think he knows, and he's great in the air. He actually can put a foot in. I think he knows what he's doing, Balakar. I mean, he's playing at the highest level. You see, you don't rate him. You rate certain players who are playing at a much lower level. So I'm going to challenge you, Balakar. You need to be very objective in your assessment of players, and don't use your first impression as the final impression. That's all I'll say on that.
Man said Pinnock was standing on his pagan. You gave listen, Pinnock is like I don't even know something that win league. So I'm not to want to compare him, but I would say Pinnock is to Brentford right now what Wes Morgan was to Leicester. So it's not like say Pinnock is a first name on the sheet type of baller for Brentford right now. So we can't even deny that. And the Brentford, as I see, Brentford is one of those teams that is playing to stay up in the league, and I think they will stay up in the league given how they have played, and they are finding the right goals at the right time. Aston Villa seems to have found a little bit of form then in this game now. Then couple weeks now they have dipped again, but I think they will stay up as well. So I mean, kudos
Hey, Coach, sorry, FCC. Coach, pin brain drain last. Coach, pin brain drain. We're going to have a comedy show and a football show at once. We're not doing a football show. Brain drain, the one about the sickle cell study, Coach. Pin brain drain comment. We have to make interruptions to give brain drain the prominence he's seeking or he deserves, I should say, not seeking. Maybe seeking it too. But you have to pin that comment, coach. You have to pin that comment.
Oh, this one?
Ranger, you're the best. You're the best. I'm telling you. And if you write them down, you must practice your comments beforehand because they can't just come naturally to you like you. That's amazing. Sorry, Cece, you were saying about, you were saying about the game.
Yeah, no, I'll say right. My assessment is basically, as I said, Brentford is the type of team that they play well, but for some reason, I don't think they score a lot of goals. But in this game, they took the chances that they got. The thing the goal that gave them the go ahead win was more of an unexpected chance or an opportunity that the guy was, I think, when the Garden was very clinical and dispatched it. But I think I can just say that they will stay in the league based on how I see them play. So they will win enough games or score enough goals to stay up.
Look, I think Brentford they've done well to stay. I mean, there's a 4-team fight to get relegated because I think the rest of the teams will move ahead of them. Brentford is not in that mix, so they have a good team. And Tony, actually, even though he's not scoring, his link-up play is good, so that's good for them.
Yeah. All right. So next game would have been the
Leeds Burnley.
No, before that one.
Everton Brighton.
Everton Brighton.
That was a good game, actually. I mean, Everton started off poorly, frankly. Brighton went up 2. I did watch the entirety of that game. I thought Everton came back well. Everton, Keane, who plays in the middle of the Everton defense, doesn't play well. To me, he costs like, 40, 50 mil. He's just not worth it. He's not a good defender. Holgate, to me, needs to still get some seasoning. And that's part of their problem, because I thought Alan, the Corey, played well in the midfield. I thought Gray played well again. I haven't seen Gray had a bad game all season, frankly. They missed a penalty in that game also. So I thought they played well enough to come back and get something out of the game. But I thought Brighton was the better team. But, the manager is under pressure now because he's not where they would expect him to be. Everton has high aspirations. They're very ambitious. They spent over $500 million in the last couple of years, last 3 years, and they don't have much to show for it. So we spend a lot of money. At least we have young players coming through where you can say, you know what, 2-3 years from now would be good. Everton, look at their team, the Wobies, the Keens, all these players, the Correys, Allen, Rodriguez who left, and they can't show they bought for their money, which is not good for them. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do going forward. But Brighton is a very good team. When they played us, they made it difficult for us. They keep the ball really well, not clinical in front of goal, but they're a well-balanced team, well-coached team, and they have played well. But tough game for Everton and tough game for Everton fans, or tough season, I should say.
Wait, Cranky, is this the game that the save, that the keeper saved the keeper attempted to save the ball and the commentator was saying, what a save, and then the commentator say, it's gone in.
No.
Oh no, it's the next
This
game.
was a game where Alan took a shot, the keeper made a phenomenal save, and the same shot was taken on Pickford. Difficult shot, but he didn't save it, actually.
It's the next game, man.
I think the game you're talking about probably was the Burnley game.
Yeah, the Burnley. Listen, let's see. Burnley a lead score, but then Burnley score a rocket. The guy they score a free kick, rocket. I think he kicked it around the wall, based on how I was seeing it.
Yeah, he did. He's the only black on that team, by the way.
Oh,
well, McNeil is, but he doesn't look, or he's half.
Yeah, but he's a rocket of a free kick, man. But I think Leeds, as I said, with Leeds, I tell you, Leeds play helter skelter. So it's like, when I say energize a bunny game football, that's how Leeds play. But the goal that Leeds score a goal, and I think the one that sealed the game, where the keeper, the funny part about it, coach, was when the commentator was saying, "Oh, what a save by the keeper! Oh no, it's gone in," because what happened, The guy headed the ball, and I think the keeper saved it, but it looped up, and there was this crazy, man, I don't know if a crazy bounce or what, and it licked on the post, and then it just going. It's like it was a crazy goal. It was such a crazy goal, where the commentator was literally stopped in mid half saying that the keeper saved it, and then 5 seconds later, the ball is in the back of the net. But Leeds deserve the victory still because they played well and they played well enough. Thing about it is Burnley is a team like this too. You very rarely will see Burnley score 2 goals. So once a team goes even 2 goals up, a 2-goal cushion on them, then you kind of know that is where the game will peter out too. But Leeds played well enough. Burnley, I thought when they scored the free kick, I thought they had a little more impetus in them until Leeds scored the second goal and it went 2-1, and then Leeds scored the third goal, and then that was lights out.
So the last game of the day was the Chelsea-Liverpool game. So I'll let you go first on that, CC. I thought it was a good game.
Hold on. I think this is 3 valuable points for Leeds, you know.
It is. I mean, they like I said, they separate themselves from the bottom 4.
From the cellar dweller.
Yeah.
Right. So
and they'll probably get Bamford back at some point. They will get, what's the kid name who plays in the midfield? Slipping my name now. Plays for England also. So they're missing their 2 best players. So they should be getting better as time progresses, actually.
Right. Yeah, man, the final game of the day. Exciting game. Liverpool and Chelsea.
So like a Man U fan with that labeling.
Oh, what did I say? Liverpool?
You said liver something.
Okay.
Listen, I don't. All right. So this is the reason why I'm gonna tell people otherwise that the best part of the game is to win the game, because if you really look at the 90 minutes of football, Liverpool never outplayed us. And then by a quint, Liverpool was 2-0 up. Chelsea was the better team in the game throughout the 90 minutes of the game. Marky, we made couple mistakes in the game, right? But we were the better team, yet still, by the time we quint, 2-0 up. If it wasn't for a brilliant goal by Kovacic, scored a goal where I hear a lot of Liverpool fans cursing, but there's nothing that the keeper could do about that goal. Maybe Milner making whatever mistake Milner is making, but there's nothing the keeper could do about that goal. The second goal, where someday Pulisic took it and he scored, and Pulisic probably should have scored another goal. So it's like, it's kind of frustrating to watch your team and you watch the team playing good, but not converting. But I know that the issue that Chelsea has is the fact that they won't create a multitude or a marauding amount of opportunities to score. But what they were good at is being efficient and clinical, as in the first part of the season. But it's just frustrating because you're watching the team in front of you going on 10 points now in front of you, and this was 3 points there for the taking. Because I can tell you, Liverpool was 3 points there for the taking for Chelsea today. Chelsea was playing Pulisic in the box, averts opportunities in the box. There was multiple times we got opportunities to score and did not convert. But
I'll say this: it's amazing when a fan can see all the opportunities his team got and not what the opponent got. So yes.
No,
overall,
I did not say it.
Wait. Let me address what you said. Chelsea was a better team. I don't disagree with that. I think Kante and Kovacic were great today. And Kante is a much better offensive player than people give him credit for. They always talk about his defense and how he mops up things. But going forward, he's excellent. Right pass, right time. Even the Pulisic goal, that was Kante. But Salah got a sitter in the first half. Mane got a sitter. Neither one of them scored. In fact, Salah was one-on-one with the keeper. Just like how I think Mount got one. Was it Mount or Havertz? Somebody on the right side. But Liverpool had more chances to score in the first half. But their midfield wasn't up to snuff today. Fabinho, Henderson, was just playing midfield.
Milner.
It says all about Liverpool's midfield nowadays. Because Milner should not be on the field. Milner is a little bit long in the tooth. He's not like Haka, but he's long in the tooth. And he played like it today. I would have played Keita or Ox-Chamberlain instead of Milner, because Milner will give you no thrust going forward, even though he's good defensively and he has a great work rate and a high work rate. But I thought Chelsea was the better team, and I can't wait to play Chelsea.
But you know, Kante, N'Golo Kante, I think the same point that you made about Kante, you know, I think when Maurizio Sarri came to Chelsea, that is what Sarri realized, that a player like Kante, if you can win the ball, use Kante and win the ball high up the pitch. You start attacking from earlier. So I think when he moved Kante up further up the pitch, he saw the attacking prowess that Kante had in his game as well. When a lot of persons were saying, oh, Kante should be playing holding, stuck in holding. So I think some persons don't realize the impetus that Kante gives Chelsea going forward, as opposed to even the cover that he provides when he's playing some of the all in midfield.
Yeah, I think what was interesting, CC, is that he makes the right pass at the right time.
Yeah.
So if he has three options, he always pick out the right option. It seems like he sees the play way ahead before it materializes.
Yeah.
He knows who he's going to be where. He knows where he's going to go with the ball. Because sometimes he plays it simple. And in the ball where you see they won, where he plays the ball between, he won a ball upfield, turned on a man, made a pass between the defender, the right and the right inside center back, and the right back, which was a brilliant pass. And I'm sitting there thinking, in the Pulisic ball, the one he played over the top of Pulisic, he just sees where his teammate is and where the opponents are.
The man is
he finds a way to get on the ball.
Man.
It's very, very good.
I see him. He made he made a dribble in the box. Like, let me tell you, he's a player. If you notice, Cranky, he can play in certain tight spaces because he's in the box, man at his feet, and he's turning, moving under pressure, playing the ball. So he's like, I was just saying, a lot of persons don't really see that the thing that he gives us going forward.
Yeah.
But he's a very good, as I said, complete midfielder in terms of the attacking, in terms of defending, because he has even a strike on him. So if it is to score, but because I think he knows that is not his primary duty, he doesn't normally try to take on shots unless it is in a position where he's saying that, okay, this is the right decision. I like to take this shot right now is a good decision. Otherwise, he's not going to take it. And chances, and a lot of times, if you look at his conversion rate to the shots that he have taken, he has scored majority of the time if he chooses to take a shot, because he's always in the position where the to score is greater than is a greater percentage. If he takes a shot, is a greater percentage that he either scores or the keeper makes a save. Says decision making is up there.
Yeah.
His football IQ.
So, coach, your team plays tomorrow.
Yes, and I'm not excited about it at all.
Menu plays tomorrow.
Yes, and I'm not excited about it at all because we're gonna be playing a tough Wolves team and a team that has always given us problems. But not looking forward to it. But I want to see us get a good result. I hope we can get a good result from this one to keep the battle for top four more interesting, because you have Tottenham, Tottenham, Arsenal, West Ham. It's like everybody up in there now. So it's gonna be tougher than a rock.
So, coach,
Yes.
don't you believe that it is something there? What Mourinho said from the way back when? It is the players. Don't you believe that it is the players at Manchester United that seems to be the issue in terms of we're going forward with the club? The club
Yeah.
going forward.
If you ask me about Mourinho, I wrong man.
No,
You
not
ask
more.
about Mourinho.
That
Do
Marine, I'm saying the players,
no,
right?
we have quality players. We have
No, I'm
quality
not saying they don't
players.
have quality players, no, but you have certain players that are still there, from Van Hal, from the coach that you don't want to mention, from David Moyes, from Ole, and no, this coach. And then with this coach, you still hear certain murmurs, or some baller don't want to do this, and some players don't want to do that, and there's certain little murmurs going around. So I'm starting to wonder if there's
No,
certain
but
players
every
that,
coach come in by them baller,
no, I don't say no, but I'm saying there are certain players that are still there, that have permeated through three or four of the coaches that have come and gone.
Mm. But
And
what's the point you're making though?
now the point I'm trying to make is it that some of these players are all in Manchester United back, in terms of the team trying to play a certain way or progress being made? Because
You could be right, and then there's also another aspect of it where you look at it. Each coach comes in are going to basically want a set of players to fulfill their philosophy and their style of play. So each time they move up is like those players might be causing issues because the coach don't or they're not going to use these players to fit in their system, or these players cannot fit in their system. So you're always going to have that when there's a change of coach on a regular basis. Plus, the biggest issue I think is the inside runnings and operation of Manchester United rather than the on the field situation.
yeah, I mean, but I just ask because me I say you can't really get good coach. I don't know if I say all, but you can't get good coach after good coach, and then it seems like nobody can fix the issue, and then you
No, but
realize,
all right, Van Hall. Would you all right from David Moyes? You think from when he was there, he would have grown over the years, since his last time at United. When he was there, wasn't where
no,
he was
because
at West Ham
guess what
now.
happened, And
The
the
po-
thing is, I
the
think
thing
I
the
think
thing was big for him. The position was too big for him at
yeah,
that
but I
time.
think what happened, coach, is because see, Manchester United have reached a certain level in terms of winning, and used to being competing for titles season in, season out. But then there was a dip, and I don't think they were ready to say, all right, give David Moyes the opportunity
Mm-mm.
to rebuild or try
No.
go ahead. But
So,
then
coach,
when they brought in Ole, they said project. You understand? So they were
Mm-hmm.
thinking of it as a project. So I'm saying that if they thought of it as a project from then, and not now, then maybe they would have seen a different outcome. But just how I see it from
And you have to
outside.
look at the nature of the club. To a club like that, based on achievement, it would have been difficult for them to actually go back and trying to be rebuild and have some little small clubs, quote unquote, beating them and all of these things. So
coach, I have a
it,
question for you, coach.
yeah,
If,
man.
if there's a job or a role, all right, you have a company
If
job or a
there's a
role.
what?
If there's a job and a role in
Mm-hmm.
the job, right,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody comes to the job, eventually get fired, for whatever reason you want to call it. Is it the people getting fired or is the job itself? Meaning, is the company? Is the company toxic? Because the only theme in that whole thing, the coach, is the company. It's not the employee. Because they're all different background, different skill set. All have been successful, and yet they come to that club, and the club had one manager for like 25 years, and things worked because that manager was very good. Also, was dictatorial, ran the club basically. So now when anyone come in, the fans have certain expectation given their success, and it's not like Chelsea where even if you win, you still get fired,
It's
right?
the club. It's the club. I
Okay.
can hasten and answer. It has to be the club.
Okay.
And it is sometimes it can be very dangerous to have one person in a position for
So long,
so long. It can be
controlling so many aspects.
because when you have a change of guard, because of what the people are used to over the years, it's very difficult to warm to another style, another system, and it works. It is a situation that can be taken into the corporate world as well.
So,
Very
coach, I said two
difficult.
things. One is don't disagree that you need to have good succession planning. Okay, if you have someone in the seat and you know they're getting up there in age, you need to make sure you have a number of candidates that has prerequisites going to satisfy the role. But also, secondly, what happened was more money came into the game. Chelsea came into the game, started winning, and Ferguson also realized this in some respects.
And take for himself.
Yeah, I mean, because he was going to retire before he came back. Wenger gave him Van Persie, so he won with Van Persie, as he wouldn't have won, even though he had Rooney. Van Persie had get him over the line. Because the year before, when they didn't win, when was it? Leicester won? Whoever won? I mean, no team was playing that really
not
well.
Leicester.
No, it wasn't Leicester.
Who won the year before? Was it Chelsea?
The year before,
was
I think
Chelsea.
Because Chelsea was winning a ton.
Our City, man.
Yeah.
I think it was Man City.
But he realized the noisy neighbors were no longer noisy. They were just good. Chelsea was good. So he's in a difficult spot. And Manu didn't plan for his exodus. And you have to plan for something. When you have a company, anything you're doing in life, you got to think about what's next, what's around the corner, who's going to assume the role. He's getting up there. They didn't plan really well. Same with Arsenal with Wenger, by the way. We were the same way. We had Wenger forever. Didn't plan well and went to 3 or 4 managers before Arteta. And even now, we're not sure it's Arteta either, even though it looks good at this point.
And the thing is, Cranky, they wanted Pep when Ferguson was leaving, but Pep didn't want to come. So he handpicked Moyes. And one of the problems, I believe, also is Sir Alex Ferguson is one of the problems because he still has a say in the whole operation of the club.
But he picked Moyes. But Moyes was successful at Everton. Look at Everton. They haven't done well since Moyes left. They did sort of well in Ancelotti's first year, but they haven't had that sustained performance and being up there in the table and challenging since Moyes left. So was it really Moyes or was it Manu? Because the team wasn't that good that he assumed from Manu. People don't seem to realize that.
Or was it really the same thing that they're saying? Because I remember Moyes was at Everton for like 13 years.
Yeah.
So it's always this, and then Everton didn't seem to know. When Moyes was leaving, Everton never planned to replace Moyes. Come like they just planned to say, "Oh, Moyes till Moyes can move."
The problem was Everton didn't have what's his name, Mashiri's money when Moyes was there. When Moyes left, they spent in a 3-year period £500 million, £500 million, not dollars. They didn't have that kind of money. If Moyes had that money, he wouldn't have had the Fellaini's of the world. He'd have had better players.
But another thing is that people were saying, would Moyes have attracted those big name players?
It's Manchester United. It's not David.
Coach, money attract players, not coach. You'd be surprised how money attract players.
And it's a club, as well. Like players, is Manchester United.
Coach,
so I think,
you remember Man City, coach? Man City was where? One time in the 2nd or 3rd division of English football. Man City, when his money start dropping, you see the Tories of the world start coming, the Agueros start coming. Money talks.
But the coach that was there, I mean, they were reputable.
No. They had Hughes there first when the money came in.
Yeah, and Mark Hughes was a reputable coach.
They were in the middle of the pack. They weren't in the top 4. All of a sudden, Rubino was the first one who went there. And after that, people start trickling in. Money. Like Rubino went from where? What he went? Real Madrid? To come here.
Real Madrid.
And after that,
remember that something that was supposed to come in. There was, I think it was, I don't remember what happened. Remember, Makaka was supposed to come for 100 million, and then he ended up went to Real Madrid.
Newcastle will prove the point in 3 years' time. Watch. They're all in about Newcastle. Money talks.
Today, the window start already still, so we'll see what Newcastle start doing.
Yeah, they're going to spend money.
The transfer window started.
They'll stay up. Watch. They'll buy Trippier first. They'll probably get Abba on loan. They need midfield and defense. They need a whole team, frankly. Apart from Wilson and my favorite player, St. Maximum, they can replace everybody else.
But I think there's something there. The COVID thing, and they're saying with the financial fair play, they might be able to sign 6 players and not necessarily be in problem. So
yeah, we'll see.
It's a whole different ball game.
All right, let us switch lanes now and talk about the Reggae Boys. Very pivotal year, critical year for us.
So, Coach, I
I
hear
hear.
someone mentioned earlier when in your previous introduction
Mhm.
around giving young players a chance. So much start some controversy. So why are we giving the key to Taylor Hart's a chance also? Why is this a good chance to give them a chance? Why are we giving them a chance in that spot? We don't need to see Low play. We know what Low can do. We're not
No,
trying to build
but
camaraderie with 4 players.
I can speak on that. Those players, remember, the game was actually a means of getting the other players that are out of competition, like the MLS, USL, and all these players,
Yeah.
right? No, the other thing was that you can't use the amount of players that were available at that time in terms of the amount of USL, and so you had to add more players to the team. So they say the best route to go is the youngsters. Hence the reason why you'd have seen so many youngsters being called up for that
That's what
team.
I'm saying, Coach. Keto Taylor Hart is a youngster.
Yeah, I would have loved to see him as well. I'm not sure where that is, where Keto is concerned.
Okay.
But yeah, I would have loved to see him.
There are a bunch of players who have expressed an interest in Jamaica. Go assess the talent, figure which ones you may want for 2026, and start incorporating them. Do it early. Don't wait until they start playing for England. Then say, if you didn't know. Let's not do that. Or in the US, for example, they probably have players here too.
All right, yeah. I think Devon is answering a point that you made, Cranky, and he said that you also have to remember that Everton and West Ham is not built to win the Premier League. They develop and sell players and constantly in mid-table. So probably
That narrative has changed. That's no longer the case. That's when people didn't have money. The Premier League is making money hands of a foot, coach. Everybody wants to win. Aston Villa has American owners who are aspiration for win. Missouri, the Egyptian billionaire, wants to win the Premier League. West Ham just got investment from Czechoslovakia, the billionaire in Czechoslovakia who's invested a lot of money in West Ham. Everybody wants to win nowadays.
Yeah, this
Nobody's
one
thinking
time.
about, I'm going to just acquiesce to the old boys who are dominant. They all want to win. So, yes, Devon, historically, a lot of teams would develop players and sell them to Man U, frankly. Mainly to Man U, because Arsenal bought from France most of our players. That has changed. Now everybody wants to compete for top four. West Ham, Everton spent, as I mentioned twice previously, over $500 million in the 3 years plus, and got nothing to show for it. It's one thing to spend that money. You can see, you know what? I bought young players. They have potential. They have nothing. West Ham has bought smartly. They don't have the same amount of money, but they bought smartly. And they're improving, and now they're competing. They want to be top four. So, Devin, that was previously. I don't think anymore that's the case. Even Leeds want to win the Premier League, even though they don't have the money to do so.
all right. So again, CC, what are your thoughts on the critical nature of the team going forward? Starting on the 27th, we have a critical game, crucial game, as all the games that will follow.
What I think they should do is this. I realize, all right, I think is the same notion that Michael Jordan used to play basketball games with. Being that the clock is always at zero, being that the score is always level. So, for example, like when we go into that game, we should always go into the game. First of all, the 6 games, we should go into each game thinking of it as a final. So when we play Mexico, it's the last game. We should think that if we win this game, tomorrow our World Cup. Even though we know, say, oh, we have Panama game. That is the mindset I think we should be approaching these games with, because we can't be approaching the game like, so if we beat Mexico, how much points we need to beat get against Panama? How much points we can't? We have we have to go in there with a mindset of this game, each game is a final, because what I realized even in the beginning, we never were we were never approaching the road like that. It was this, if we get 7 points from the next 4 games, or if we get this amount of points. So I'm thinking that the players, the coach, the coaching staff, management staff, They have to think of each game as a final and each game as the only game on the mind at that point in time, even though the window is like cramped because the fixtures will be coming thick and fast in terms of one is the 27th, one is the 30th, I think, and one is the 2nd of February, if I'm not mistaken. So that's like 27th, 30th, and 2nd, which is one is home, away, and then home. So it's kind of difficult in terms of that, but that is where it's vital. But I think these three games, depending on the result we get out of these three games, can determine if we go to World Cup. Because in these three games, it will pressure the other teams. Because remember, in the three games we played Mexico, Panama, and tell me what the coach, because I'm not remembering Mexico, Panama, Costa Rica, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the three games we played, if I'm not mistaken. And of those teams, Mexico, Panama, and Costa Rica, all three of those teams play each other as well during that period. So if you realize Mexico, Panama, Jamaica, Costa Rica, each will be playing each other. So points can be taken off of each other during that period. So all Jamaica has to do is know that your fate is still in your own hands. Really and truly, that's where Jamaica's fate is, in their own hands. Because two team playing against each other can't win the same game. So if you realize, if Jamaica can just put on them head, do what they need to do, if they come back from Panama 6 points better off than that they are right now, then that is where the meat of the matter is. Because when they come back home the 2nd of February, then that is where it is. But I just think that the Mexico game is a crucial game, and a game that I think we can perform well if the right players are called. And if some of the players that I've heard is being called, we not care enough. A lot of persons love say, oh, CONCACAF, this or that. But I'm telling you, if Demari Gray comes, and chances are if we get the other guy that named David Davis and Antonio, who is finding back form. So if you have Antonio, Demari Gray, and the guy David Davis, and then you have the other key members to slot around in the team, I think we should have a good enough team that can beat Mexico at home. And normally Jamaica used to always perform good at home in terms of, we have, since if amongst the Panama game alone, we have not normally lost a lot of games at the office. So I'm not sure why we should not be optimistic, or the team shouldn't be optimistic. I just think that they should be grounded or keep their eye on the prize in terms of each game is a final right now. Because the World Cup draw is when? January, February, March, April. I think it's July, if I'm not mistaken. Or I think it's April. It's early because I think it's before a playoff. It's before the European playoffs, the World Cup draw. So it's right. It's now or never. So that's just my thoughts, coach, on the importance. I think the importance of the fixture on the 27th.
What say you, Cranky?
So here comes the pessimist. I thought we lost our way in the last round. I thought the last round with games against the U.S. and El Salvador, when we were leading El Salvador late, and we actually won the U.S. game, those 4 points, even though they were kept Tapa in his role, was where we missed our chance to really qualify. Now, there are a lot of discussions, and I think you had discussion with others, coach, around what we need in the next window. Should we bring in more players? There's not consensus on that. Some people believe that we should make wholesale changes, maybe one player or so, or no players at all. My view is that we are challenged.
Sorry, give me a second. I have to step away from this.
Okay. We are challenged in the wing positions, and we are challenged in the midfield. We don't have good enough CMs, whether CDM, a 6 or 8. We don't have good enough wingers. We're not getting anything from our wing play. Nothing. Apart from Fisher maybe scoring a goal. If you look throughout the World Cup qualifiers, and you can say whether Fisher is a winger or a right back, we haven't gotten quality from our wingers or CM positions. That's why we can't keep the ball, because most of the time the ball is played in the middle of the park, not down the flanks necessarily. We won't have Bailey for the next window. To me, we need about 4 players to come in, 2 wingers and 2 midfielders. And I also think we need to bring back Pinnock to play beside Lowe. I know some people like Moore, and Moore is a good player. And also people like Mariappa, who's playing in Timbuktu in Australia and is up there in age. But I think Pinnock's form in the Premier League demonstrate that he should be in the mix, and he should be one of the starters in addition to Lowe on the right. I think the Javane Brown, Greg Lees, Taxis, and others are good enough. Antonio Nicholson. So we're stacked we're stacked at center forward. We are probably stacked in number 10, whether it's McGee or Ravel. We are stacked in defense. One could challenge whether the right back is Javane Brown is good enough. And we're fine at keeper, but key positions in the middle of the park and key positions on the out wide, on the flanks. We need to bring in the Grays of the world. Jamal Lowe need to come and start. Pinnock need to come and start. If we really understand the quality we're facing in the next round, which is the Mexico, we have never beaten Panama in a World Cup qualifier. Haven't come close to beating them in the World Cup qualifier. So you need to go to Panama with as strong a side as possible. I know a lot of people like to focus on chemistry, camaraderie, are the collective engaged and are they cohesive? But you also need quality to differentiate yourself. I know it didn't work against Panama in Jamaica, but that was very distributed, unorganized, chaotic, and that may have contributed to how poorly that game went. And even that game, even though we gave up 3, one was a very good first goal they scored. The other two goals show some disorganization, and DJ and Ravel can't be a pair in CM because none of them are really a CDM. So we need to really make sure we have a balanced team that's going to play in those games. And I think Costa Rica should be an easy win, frankly. But Mexico and Panama are going to be very, very difficult. We need our best team. And my hope is this, that even though Paul Hall is going to Peru to play with the team, he's going to bring the team together, giving some players an opportunity to demonstrate whether they should be in the squad for the remaining qualifiers. I think his most important thing he needs to do is really solidify himself as the coach / manager for the team. Don't have this construct where my assistants speak to the Jamaican players and I speak to the British players, British-born players, I should say, or British overseas-based players. He needs to be the coach for the entire team, not a segment or a component of the team. So his job needs to be, he's engaging everyone. He's having constant dialogue. He's clearly disseminating information around what his expectations are. He's clearly communicating what he expects from each player, how they fit into his plan, what their contributions needs to be, what their commitment needs to be. He's managing individuals and not just, saying, well, I'm only familiar with a certain segment of a set of players and not with others. You're not a manager or a coach then, you're just one of the boys, frankly. So my hope is that he will operate as a leader and lead his men and create an environment where they feel like they're unbeatable. Everyone feel like they're part of the same program. They're committed. They're focused. They know they have no room for any error. They have no room for to create a situation where they will not be successful. They understand the task at hand and they go about executing against that task to make sure we come out, at least in the first game. If we win the Mexico game, the confidence level, whether it's in the entire Jamaican community and or with the team, will be really, really high. Because we know that Mexico is a quality team. And even though they have some hiccups in their campaign so far, we will be in a really good position to go to Panama with a positive attitude, even though we've never won there in a World Cup qualifier. So we do need him to lead, to manage, and to drown out all that outside influence, whether it's from the JFF or anyone else. Put his programming in place, let us see what he has in place, create his own style of play, his own system of play, drafting the players he believes can help him to be successful. What I truly could never understand, I think coach is back, so I can stop talking. but I could never understand was Tapa not want to bring the best players in his team because he was concerned about some players, that's my view, being perturbed, or bringing in players which he could never get consensus on about how they could help his team. So I'll give you an example. Some coaches are very cold, you know. Guardiola is cold. He got rid of Aguero. Arteta is cold. He's getting rid of Aubameyang. If you're a coach, the only thing you focus on is outcome, positive outcome. You have no allegiance. The players know you value them while they're with you. But when they have served their purpose, that's why I always tell players, get yours where you can, because you're a commodity and you're replaceable. But at the same time, a coach allegiance should be to victory. That's the only thing it is to them. Nothing else. That's how you're judged. So don't let the affiliation when you have with players, you know, skew your perspective and your view about how you want to manage your program and who should be in your team. If you've built a relationship with a Low or you've built a relationship with a Taxi or a Blake, you got to tell them, look, if somebody better come along, I have to replace you. We're great friends, even though you're part of my team. But if they come, you got to go. And they need to understand that. They won't like it. They'll be very upset about it. But it's a survival game. And the country's depending on the coach to maximize the ability of the players and to also ensure that he's winning. Otherwise, why would you be in the job? That's how you get judged. And most successful coaches, whether it's Marino or Pep or even Arteta in my team, Alex Ferguson, who almost got fired way back when, frankly, because he wasn't producing, get judged based on outcome. They don't get judged based on about how the team is camaraderie, and Haka is a vibes man. You can go vibes all you want. If you ain't winning, the vibes doesn't work. I don't care how much you want to vibes. So my hope is that he leads, he manages, and hopefully we win. But I must say, it's a very tough ask to beat Mexico and to beat Panama.
And the other question is that would we see any, because some persons are saying that there can't be any cut and change or any drastic cut and change. But
well, Coach,
will Paul all be bold enough?
Coach, how many games we played? 8 games, Coach. We can't count it now. I put up 9. 8 game, Coach. How much we win so far? Any form of your life you're in, because draws not count, because draws mean you have lost 2 points. Any form of life you're in, if you get 1 out of 8, you're failed miserably. That means the players have failed miserably. The existing players in that pool who have been selected and who have played, all of them, no matter even Antonio, they have failed miserably. Why am I as a leader having allegiance to these players who have failed miserably the previous regime? You know what Arteta did when he came to Arsenal? He started getting rid of all of them. He started putting them out, moving them out. Even Aubameyang, who he begged to sign the thing, as they used to call it. Sign the thing, Aubameyang. Sign the contract. You know what happens? He ain't scoring. All of a sudden, it's behavioral problems. He's had a behavioral problem was at Dortmund. He always had behavioral problems. Always coming late. That late now becomes an issue because you're not scoring. If you were scoring goals, you would still. What allegiance do you have except to winning? You have to win. It's cold. It seems inhumane. It's life. I hate to say that, but it's life. And in sports, it's life.
But anybody that says that there shouldn't be justice, first of all, there have to be changes. Number one, we're not sure if Bailey is going to be 100% either way. So you need 2 wingers basically starting in the team. So you're going to have 2 fresh persons starting on the left and the right wing. 2 fresh people. That is already out there. You will be see. There needs to be a new central all-in midfielder in the middle of the park. So either way, people are saying, so those are changes that we need to see. Then, if you're probably looking in the back line, we can inject another good defender that is good aerially and good with the ball at their feet. So that is like 4 persons already to be, and that is drastic changes. So if a person is going to say that, if as I said, Cranky, if you do a test and you failed 7 times out of the 8, then if you're saying to yourself, then you don't need to drastically change the way or you study or anything like that. That simply means if you think that you're going to study the same way and pass the exam, then I don't know. Because anybody that is reasoning like that, if you're doing the same thing and you realize that it is failing, then you have to drastically change it. because there's nothing to lose. There's only something to gain. There's nothing to lose in terms of Jamaica making certain changes because it has to be done. Because who are they going? Right now, I'm looking at the team I'm looking at Mexico game, right? And Mexico game, I'm looking at it and say that there has to be 4 players in the team that did not play in the last window. And I mean starting in the team. Four
And
players
look, we have
that I have in my head that could improve the team. 4 players, Pinnock, something there. Pinnock, the guy named Davis, if him getting papers and he come through, something there. Demari Gray and Jamal Lowe. If those 4 players, me think, in my opinion, my personal opinion, I think those 4 players have to be a part of the squad, and at least 3 out of those 4 players have to be on that pitch, January 27.
So here's the thing, coach, which is when you have your team, coach, you look at all your positions. Your first question should be, am I comfortable with each of the position? Do they create challenge for the opposition? Will the opposition fear them or respect them, if not fear? And when you look at the team, there are positions which that's not the case. Does anyone fear or respect us in the center of the park? Maybe a Ravel or even McGee in the 10 position. Do they respect our 8 or our 6, number 8 or 6 players? I don't think anybody in CONCACAF have any concern about those positions. Would they be concerned about Nicholson or Antonio? Yes. Would they be concerned about anybody on the wings at the current moment? Even Bailey, would they be concerned? Because he hasn't played well. I don't think anybody has any concern about our wingers. So that's 4 out of 11 positions. So why wouldn't I try to shore up those positions with more quality? And I know some people don't think that way because they think it's very disruptive. But you need the quality. It's a fact. It's not even something that one can say dispute. It's a fact. How many goals have we scored from wing play? How many times have a wingers beat a man the whole tournament so far, go down and create a chance? Or we get a forward behind the... How many goals... So here's another question. How many times have we split the defense and get our forwards behind the defense to be one-on-one with the keeper? Now I can remember in the tournament, Antonio did it on his own. The chance that was missed by Bobby Reed wasn't that we broke down the defense. So we need our wingers to break down the defense. We need our number 10 to break down the defense, and we need our forward to do so. And our midfielders are just not producing in any position, even the 10 position. So we need to bring in either McGee or Ravel to playing that slot because we don't have the creativity in the midfield to break a team down and be a differential in terms of creating that situation where, you know what, an unexpected play, an unexpected move, a drop of the shoulder, create a chance for Antonio or Nicholson or somebody else. We don't have that. Or a winger, like we saw what Gray did today, even throughout the season. You know what I noticed, coach, with him, coach? When he gets the ball on the wing, he's so arrogant nowadays. He's like, you can't touch my ball. It's mine until I do something with it. Even today, he got in the box and there were 3 men around him. He still got a cross in. And they're afraid to push a foot. Because when you get into the box, in today's football, I want to put a foot in because if you trip the man, it's a penalty. So we need players who are going to create fear in the opponent and give us the best chance to win. And right now, we don't have that in certain positions.
How would this team on the screen, Cranky, 3-4-3? What say you on this team, both of you, gentlemen? We have Blake, Pinnock, Lowe, Moore, Lay. So the 3 at the back would be Pinnock, Lowe, and Moore. Then you have Lay and Brown a little bit high. Grant Morrison, Jamal Lowe.
No, I like. Look, would I play 3
and Antonio
3 at the back? Not sure, but I like the team. I think that's as close to the team as possible. People want to replace Taxi. I'm not replacing Taxi, I must admit. Greg Lee had 1 half of football. It was exemplary. I haven't seen him enough to replace Taxi, I must admit. But for the rest of the team, I could live with that team. Defensively, we were going to be pretty sound. I could also replace Grant, frankly, because I don't think he has the legs anymore. We need more mobility in that position. But the rest of the players, I think Morrison can feed the Lowe, the Gray, and the Antonio. I think it's a good team. I would give this team an 8.5.
Before we go any further, Richard.
JD, season's greetings to you. Seasons, greetings, viewers and subscribers, fellow panelists. How you doing?
Bless up, Richard.
Bless up, Tiddlywinks.
Oh yes.
You can't get a jacket
Yeah, Tiddlywinks.
or a
Have you noticed
coat
Tiddlywinks?
or a coat.
The decor on
Or
the
a
program
coat.
has changed.
The Boston have in camera.
Oh God.
But Richard have a lot of coats. So let's not say jacket because we hear what is aligned
With
with Jamaicans when it comes to
Yeah, guys,
that
don't give
flavor.
Brain Drain any more ammunition. Brain Drain doesn't need any more ammunition. He already has enough. He's well stocked.
You see, a man so we can't say the man go get a jacket. That's why my car can say get a coat.
No, you don't send Jamaicans to get a jacket. They have enough.
Yeah.
You don't need any more. They don't need any more.
But because Richard is in England still, we can kind of
In England, that's not like Jamaica. We're rivaling Nigeria for wearing the coat really well.
But just to go off on a tangent a little bit. You know, it is not only in Jamaica that these things happen, though. It probably be at a high rate in Jamaica. But
Jamaica is you know the fun thing about it, coach, because not to go off on a tangent on social issues, but Jamaican men like to push them chests out and them run things. And them run things, coach. Because the people who don't talk up with them chest out and them do them thing. When you do that, you gotta beat up your chest. Somebody else beat up other people, so you turn there. I hate to go down this avenue, but you go out there and beat your chest, but you're the man.
and you know how you see it can and you see well why I mean, I don't know. You see the females them have a lot to play in this, you know, because some of them know, you know. So Cranky and CC going down the same avenue, seeing, but Cranky is a little bit more affluent, and she doesn't know which one of them. She's gonna go with Cranky, very well knowing that it might be a miss or a mismatch. But
So, coach, why don't they mandate in Jamaica?
Problem.
But you know, the government should mandate that you substantiate via whatever method the veracity of the individual and the father. So you have DNA tests. When you go to the embassy, you should mandate it for every single kid that's born.
But that is the thing. It is being lobbied for, and people are burning it out.
Why are you burning it out? What are you concerned about?
Exactly.
What are you concerned about? Why are you burning it out?
I'm gonna tell you, they're probably concerned about the domestic something that aspect like.
No. I'm not concerned about that because you know what?
Nip it in the bud.
When you make a decision, you know what the repercussions are. If you go on the street and drive drunk and hit someone, you know what the repercussions are. Now, I'm not saying you should do anything if that occurs, but you know they're going to be backlash if the kid paternity test doesn't come back positive.
But to be honest, I'm gonna tell you sometimes. You know what happened, Cranky? These things happen. Sometimes you have a female with a person for the person going down the avenue 10 years, and then the female wants a car to be parked on the avenue, but this person for some reason can't materialize the car.
CC, go down the avenue and go park the car then. Go park the car, yeah.
So I'm saying the female goes out.
Because I'm saying, go down the avenue, go and park the car down there.
And comes in, bring the car.
No, don't bring out the car. Park it where you go.
Because I think a lot of the men that is what happened to a lot of men who don't become the father.
CC,
some of them don't know.
CC.
Some don't know.
It's chronic, CC. It's not even 1 half or 2 often. It's chronic.
It's a chronic behavior, man. But I think persons use persons to get pregnant. Persons use persons to get pregnant.
CC, there's no excuse for deception.
And give somebody else it.
No excuse.
Because of who they want to be the father, the affluent one, they want him pitting say, all right, is a Cranky as opposed to a CC.
Coach, I can tell you, I heard it. So I know this. I've seen that situation.
And the females sometimes spite who they know is the real father.
Yeah.
So this thing, DNA at birth.
DNA at birth.
That me advocate for.
DNA at birth.
Anyways,
DNAB.
Dana.
DNAB at birth.
yeah. All right, so let us look at J-Ross proposed team. He said 3-4-1-2. Blake, Pinnock, Hector Lowe. All right, that not bad. Toxie, Davis, which is David Davis, Ravel, Brown, DJ, Antonio Bowser. So J-Ross, I threw away Anthony Grant.
Yeah, but I mean, where the wingers?
Yeah, that
You
more
got white people against Mexico.
Mr. Brown, DJ.
Yeah,
Brown.
no winger.
No wingers. I don't see this. Hector is not gonna. I don't think Hector is coming back. I don't think Hector is coming back.
And David Nicholson, big up yourself. David Nicholson is saying that Davis is horrible. I actually watched him play. He would offer nothing. Wow.
Richard, welcome back.
Welcome back, Richard. And I apologize about the term jacket. I was referring to your coat or your blazer.
I fully understand. I fully understand, CD. So where did this new look for 2022 stem from, CD? I missed the memo on this one.
Well, yeah, you probably weren't listening, but myself and Cranky did the final show of the year, right? And we were in our blazers, and people them like the look, so we decided. Well, I've decided that it seemed a good look to dress like this. The people in the comment section are saying that it looks more professional as well. So I
Think
mean,
about going to church on Sundays, Richard. We're praising football.
Oh my! A wonderful and interesting analogy, Crunk. A very interesting analogy.
Well, actually, old church I used to go to way back when. I don't go to church. I've gone to church forever. But when I went to church, we wear a jacket. Nowadays, people just go in anything they want to wear. So I shouldn't say now, but previously they did.
I tell you, church. What I hold on. Is religion and church actually banned in terms of a discussional point on coach's desk?
No, coach's desk is broad in horizon.
Go ahead, we just go off on a tangent talking about DNA at birth. So I mean, I'm not gonna subject us to only talk football. If a topic comes up and we have a little minute to spare, of course we'll discuss it. No problem.
Yeah. We are branching out the program, Richard, to expand our mind, expand our views, not to digress wholeheartedly, but to digress when it's warranted.
But coach.
Hey, hold on there. Hold on there. You know what's a brain drain a real sample.
He really is a sample person. When my draft now?
Devon Porter, I want you to check out brain drain. Me not to put it up. Me just put it to Devon right now. Devon, more you deal with it in case.
Only brain drain.
Oh my God. Hey, people, don't take brain drain seriously. He's mere AI. Don't worry about it.
Coach.
Yes.
We need someone to capture the AI's comments and collate them.
Yes.
So we can view them at some point. No, we need to capture the comments. Seriously, we need to capture those comments, and we can have a whole show on all these comments and dissect them.
Absolutely, I tell you. Yes. But looking at this team on the screen, seems a little bit off to me, J-Ross. What you say, CC? Because
him need. But first, I told you, there's no way Demar Gray. We are fly Demar Gray from England, come at Jamaica, to not start. So that in itself alone, right there, we can't really have. But this team, we see this team lacking, as I said, 2 wingers. So as I said before, Demar Gray, Jamal Lowe have to start. There's no when him the Brown can sit on the bench. in my opinion, currently. When him the DJ, depending on, and I don't think you want to play Antonio and Boza. So that is where that, because I can play one and substitute and put on the other, and you still get an opportunity to score goals out of both of them. But the team lacking in terms of, I think, balance. If you really look at the team, you don't really necessarily see a balance in terms of, you see wingers, midfielders, and defense, and then you have strikers, because Antonio and Boza, who is getting the ball to Antonio and Boza from the wide positions? Is it that Antonio is one of them is going to play wider? One of, I'm not too certain how this team would match up against Mexico.
Well, CC, CC and gentlemen, this is going to be my opening salvo for 2022, coming off the heels of CC. Paul Hall.
Hold
is,
on.
Whoa,
People, you need to go and get the maze. You need to get in the maze, people. Go and support Richard's book. Yes, Richard, before you leave this platform, you have to drop some link in the comment section where people them can support your book. People have to support our own. Continue, Richard.
Thank you very much, CD. You've been in touch with social media. Thank you so much. Yes, Pool Hall. By the way, the sales are going very well, and it's going down a treat over here. I hope.
So where can I get it? Is it on Amazon, Richard?
The initial first run, I've not put on Amazon. I've just tried to seek to get my name and the book and the poems themselves and the messages therein out there to friends, family, and acquaintances, and then associated people who pass on the word. So the initial run is not on Amazon. I've kept it small, relatively small, for those who are interested, sowing the seeds. And then the second run, or stroke third run, probably second run will be on.
So where can we get a copy?
Amazon.
Where can we get a copy?
I've got a dedicated web page, RS Poems, RS Poems, POEMS.com. And you can follow the simple links. There is an option which is a Stripe payment, STRIPE, Stripe payment for Visa and MasterCards that takes care of overseas payments. Alternatively, if there are any issues or difficulties, I've got a PayPal account, which is Richard, capital R, Richard Stevens, capital S, TEVENS, all one word, 840, numerical numbers. Richard Stevens, at Richard Stevens 840. And you can make payments if you wish to purchase the book. I take care of the postage, packaging myself, coming in at a very reasonable £12.49. Now,
so Richard, where did you get this picture that's on the cover? Because it doesn't look like you. Is that a like Photoshop or something?
Not quite a Photoshop.
I'm just kidding. You don't have to. I'm just kidding.
I was talking with my wife actually a few hours ago when we were just reflecting on the book, and it's a line from one of the poems, and actually making and selecting the title of the book was an interesting and exciting challenge, and it got down to 4 or 5. I was to and fro with the publisher, and for the deciding vote, I went to the missus, my dear wife, and she persuaded me, and I thought, does this? And I said I went with that, and I have no regrets. It's a fitting title because it explores. Actually, I was reading the book finally, page by page this evening, and it made a very good read, I must say.
So if a person was trying to
rap, very good read.
So if I want to start a rap career, could I leverage these poems to help build like a rap verses to, make a record? Do they have that rhyming element to it, or is it more?
No, it's definitely it's full of rhymes. It's meant to, my poetry flows. I hope it flows, gives you time to reflect, but it's very readable, very accessible. Yeah, it's full of it's full of verses that rhyme. You know, I'm in the mood for changes. And anyway, I digress momentarily there. But yes, people could make rap songs from that. Of course, we'll get
I told you, you come
inspirations
on, that
from
we
it.
digress in terms of what we discussed. We can talk about your book a little bit and then go back to the football. We don't mind doing that.
Oh, that's
We
very
support
kind.
positive things on this program.
Well, you made me laugh with a comment that you made. I believe you made that comment. Maybe if you didn't, I'm willing to hear otherwise. You said your ex-soldier background kind of put you on the do not touch poetry list. I'm a soldier. I do not. What does that mean? I don't cry. I don't laugh. I don't reason. I don't have emotions. What were you referring to, sir? Give us a breakdown of your background, and do you think other black men outside of the army circles would not touch a poetry book with a barge pole? Where were you coming from?
If I could just get rid of it easy by saying I'm just joking and just move on, right?
You could, but there's no smoke without fire.
No, look, I think if you grew up in Jamaica like I did way back when, you're sort of almost like required to develop a certain mentality, way of operating, a certain way in terms of what a man entails and what a man is supposed to be, which gets reinforced in the military, which is, you know what, don't make any excuses, just get the job done. I don't want to hear you crying, go cry in your corner, go execute. You know, that's the mentality you learn to develop. That's the way you operate in life. And it helps you when you go through life because you actually not going to feel sorry for yourself no matter what you're doing. You have a prize, you will achieve that prize, right? But in your personal life, you sometimes have to figure out how do you operate in your personal life versus your professional life. And sometimes they're intertwined. But no, you're going to have the same emotions as anybody else in any walk of life. Because sometimes you're not defined only by your experiences. You're defined by what's in your DNA, frankly, not just your experiences. It's a combination that informs who the person is. So no, I have some of the same emotions like everybody else, but you are expected to be a little bit tougher and not be whiny. Let's put it that way. If that makes any sense. So yes, I can appreciate. I don't read as much as I used to read, frankly. I used to be, you know, a voracious reader, and now I live a lot on the internet, mostly reading books per se. But I'll definitely buy the book and read the poems that are there. Did we lose Richard? It just seems to have been frozen. We lost Richard, didn't we? Yeah, we did.
Apparently, yeah.
You're like a mannequin informed the page. I think we lost Richard.
Yeah. He's off. All right, military. Big up yourself. Look up yourself. Do have any soft spot in his body? He is. Yeah, Devon is saying that you don't have any soft spot in the body. Frank, you're tough as nail.
I'm tough as nail. I grew up in a very different environment. In the old environment, which wasn't receptive to certain things. But we all evolved, Coach. We all evolved.
Yeah, man, definitely. But yeah.
Brain say I read picture books. Well, I like things colorful, Brain. I do read. I read picture books. Isn't that an oxymoron? Interesting.
Did I hear picture books?
Picture. Huh?
Yes, that's what they heard. I've just coming up picture books. Well, listen, it takes all kinds of fellows and different mediums rock different people's boats. So it's no problem. Well, I didn't catch what you said regarding your background, Stan, Lord. But it sounded very interesting. I don't want you to necessarily. Hello.
We thought we sent some people to Siberia with Nicholson, but they're still here.
I just heard you said you lost Richard, but you found cataract.
What cataract?
That's poetry right there.
Cataract. We had to tell you this.
Let us check it
no,
out.
Coach, I have this, Coach. You're on the wrong show. We are on the wrong show, Cataract. Look at the picture in front of you. Look at the picture in front of you. See the picture? Do you see the picture? What's in front of you? Let's see if you can discern the picture. What do you see? Richard, he can't see you well, Richard.
I can't see him well. I can't see you well.
Is that better?
Okay. Well, there are certain profile that we know present to the general public, and your attire is not marrying or not matching that profile. Have you realized that? And I know you have the
GameSpot,
attire to marry.
like the famous PJ Patterson said, "I'll be back. I shall return."
Good. Okay, good.
I've been there. I've been there.
Yeah, Richard, you're going to talk about before we interrupted you. The whole team itself. That I think it was on the screen you were going to refer to.
Yeah, well, yes, the team that J. Russ has put out there, not necessarily our cup of tea. But here's my question for this evening and to start 2022, gentlemen. Paul Hall is at the helm. Paul Hall has been given the shoes of Tapper Whitmore, Theodore Whitmore, to fill. We believe, common consensus, I could be wrong, but it seems to be the case that Paul Hall is fancied to fill and exceed the expectations and performances and results and style of play of Tapper. It's the style of play and manner of performances that I want to really shine the spotlight on. If we trust in Paul Hall with his managerial acumen, if not experience, with his coaching resume, his ability and reputation for developing talent, and of course, coming from the English leagues, he'll know about, as Cronky and we've all alluded to, wing play. These are fundamental ball possession, a shape and formation added to the guts and concentration that is required at the highest level. So my question is, no matter what formation and what teams, particularly team selections we come up with as panelists and viewers and subscribers out there, surely, and this is what I'm looking forward to for 2022, are we not going to simply sit back, just like Cataracts is sitting back there, and trust in Paul Hall to get the job done as he sees fit? And this includes, and this is a particular bugbear of Cataract as well as Cronky, which is all around the vexed idea that we are looking to select the team. No, we're not looking to select the team. We've got a lot of names who are eligible for Jamaica, and we merely want them to be acknowledged and possibly put into the pot from which Paul can select. But Paul Hall surely knows a lot of players, and from those players, he will be the final arbitrator for this Jamaican team. I'm looking forward to sitting back with these 6 remaining games and seeing how the team plays, who Paul Hall selects, which formation, and how the team performs. And I tell you what, CD, it's ironic because this was like a reboot. When I joined your show just before the Gold Cup, I used to initially questioned what the blazes is going on. Why do you assume this squad that I see before me, this bunch of diddlywinks, as I called it, how could you assume and assess the Lamar Walkers and the various names that were on there to be dominating the CONCACAF in the Gold Cup? Well, this time, this reboot, I'm really looking forward, open-mindedly, to how Paul Hall takes the helm and reins with the team that he selects. Now I'm going to allow you to, speak.
So, Cataract, were you frozen?
I'm not frozen. I'm listening.
Oh, I thought the internet could the only thing that can stop him from speaking is the internet.
Hey, Cataract, you check the comment section. You man, them are some.
The comment section? Let me check that comment section right away.
Man, they say Cataract come like a settee right now.
Look.
Hey,
no, what's his style? Don't watch
Oh
it.
God.
2022 Team Cataract. Remember say boss there, brother. Look for the look.
Yeah.
Is it team or Seti Cataract? Which one?
Cool. It's a reclining chair. The cool climes of Manchester. It's a reclining chair. You don't know these things. It's in a foreign too long. People in here know about reclining chair, brother. Yeah, bro. Recline and rock back.
Hey,
It's
there's
like
some. Yeah, so we
rocking
text
chair.
last coach, you're frozen. It look frozen to me.
No, Frozen is a kids movie, done.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jerry,
so no.
yourself,
I thought you had your pajama in your bed, and I was looking closely.
Look at man's things. Man's garms is sharp, done. You get me? Man's got the garms. You know what I mean? So don't try that. With your little one jacket. Man's got blazers for days, done. Don't try that. Don't try that. Yeah, that's that. All right. So here we go now. Lots of things to go on. So first of all, Richard, be able to book thing. I read, you know. So yeah, but you have to go put that thing in some new format. We call audiobooks. You have to put it in the audiobooks format.
That's on the cards. That's on the cards. My publisher has not delved into that particular area before, but having read the poems, he has also heard the dulcet tones of Tiddlywinks, and he has been keen once we get this run out of the way to pursue audio. So I'll be practicing on Bank Holiday Monday here in London, England. I'm sending a selection to I've got a blind friend actually in the Midlands area, and he is requesting that I send some audio versions of the poems, because of course poetry is ultimately and originally an oral tradition. And yes, I'm more than happy to put it in audio form, and I may actually send a little clip or two to CD, and you can pass it on to your good self, Cataract. But for anyone who's interested in the book itself, by the way, CD, if people are a little unsure in terms of sending their addresses or making it public, if they can get details to you in terms of those who are interested, I'd be more than welcome to have you use your WhatsApp communication that I've communicated with you with, if that would be suitable for you.
Certainly, bro. So, Coach, it's a brand new year, 2022. Big up all the Team Cataract, first and foremost. Big up Malaya and I house check in, you know. Cause I didn't know what Stan Kroenke was coming with, trying to malign man's character. You get me? So, big up the whole Team Cataract, Ricky Danks, the whole family, Jarvis, Paris, Wesley Hall, you know, the whole real man them. You see me, I say Phil Jones, yeah man. Nicky Nicholson, then Antigua, Brown Man Security. You know, the Cataract is a worldwide thing, the whole ultras. Coach, I see the 23-man squad, so this is the first time I'm going to comment on it. I'm not certain that this is the squad that Paul Hall picked, and I also believe...
No, he has nothing to... Well, I don't want to say nothing at all, but yeah, it's not a team that he picked.
No, there was someone on the program last night, who was it last night or Friday?
Friday.
Who indicated he was a Paul Malcolm, I think his name was. He's a scout, and outlined who was involved in picking it. One of the assistant coach, Paul Hall, and someone else, forgot who it is. So it was a 3-person man that picked the team. I picked the squad.
Okay. So what I would say is, overall, just on the thing, I am always wary of the Jamaica Football Federation and the discrepancies. I read in the press release, it's saying that Albus Powell, O'Neill Fisher, Andre Blake were not selected because Paul Hall had already knows what they're about, and therefore this squad was to allow him to look at players that he was not familiar with. Did you read that in the press release, Coach?
No, I haven't seen the press release.
I think they said, that everyone was available. That's what I read.
No, man. The Observer. So
I think they said everyone was available, Cataract, right? They all were available. That's what they sort of suggested.
Yes, but it said, and I will when I pause, I will find the article. It was in the Observer. Jamaica picks 23-man squad.
I saw that, but I never, I didn't read it.
Just read the fine print. So now, what I want to know now, if Paul Arnold say, "Come Reds are hacker already," so I can't. You see, your communication has to be consistent. You understand? So if we're looking at players that Paula hasn't seen, what is Hacker doing in the squad? Why Damian Doe? Why Kamara Lawrence?
But Qatar, what I heard is that no man, I'm going to give you a time. What I heard from good sources is that this team was actually to ensure that the players who are not in form or in game time, where basically the league's not being played, it is for them this game. No, because there are not enough of these players. You couldn't have a squad with probably 10 or 7 persons. So they added the local youngsters as addition to the team so that they will also be given an opportunity to impress the coach.
So, coach, let me read.
Hold on.
No, you hold on, Cataract. Let me read what you're saying.
I was interrupted by coach. No, it's a 2022.
I'm helping you.
Oh, the article you have?
Yes, but you can't. You don't want to listen. I'm reading what you suggested.
Okay.
So it says, I'm not going to read the whole thing. The date of the game does not fall within the FIFA window. Blah blah blah. Captain Andre Blake, O'Neill Fisher, and Alvas Powell were not called for this assignment, as Coach Paul Hall will be using the opportunity to look at other players who are unfamiliar to him. That's the first thing. All the players, including those not called on this occasion, have made themselves available and are committed to be ready for the 3 World Cup qualifying games from January 27th to February 2nd. So, Catherine, I'm just reading what you alluded to.
Oh, thank you, Stan Kroenke. But
you get very sensitive when I speak. But go ahead.
No, I don't get sensitive. I just get in my war mode, right? Because I've been agreeing with you too much lately, and that doesn't make for a good program. So, Coach, somebody's not telling the truth, because that was a direct quote that I read from the GFF. So, as far as I know it, unless they are playing on Mars in a competition, O'Neill Fisher, Alvas Powell, and Andre Blake are out of form. They haven't played since the MLS closed down, the same as Kamara Lawrence. So there is inconsistency there, and that's what happens when you drop squads in the middle of the night. The real press don't get to ask questions. So I really have no difficulty with the squad, except if it were for the players who were in Theodore Whitmore. What's the name of the player that was in Kuwait? The name escapes me. He was in the Mexico game. Oh, Lord. Started in the Mexico game, Coach.
Who would it? A Reggae Boy, the number 10?
Yeah, man, player on the wing. Oh, Lord have mercy.
The number 10?
Yeah.
Romario Williams?
Williams, yes. He's in the squad?
No.
Right, so I didn't get that one. But what they're saying is not correct. If you want to look at players who you have not seen, it's diametrically opposed to what coach is saying. So if it was for the players to get into form, then you'd expect to see Alvas Powell, O'Neill Fisher, and like Romario Williams and Andre Blake. You'd expect to see them in the squad because they are out of competition. If it is to look at new faces, then you should not be seeing Hacker and Damian Lowe and Kamara Lawrence. So they have to make up their mind. We can't talk a two-sided mouth. I'm 80% okay with the team. I have about 3 questioning points, right? So I can't really battle the thing because it's really 3, but they're really disturbing ones. The absence of Joey Desert. Because if you're picking MLS players who are out of competition, then certainly Joey Desert is the senior CDM because he's playing at Orlando Pirates in the MLS at a higher level than Kevin Lambert in the USL. So I was hoping that these kinds of nuances would be gone. So I have a concern with the absence of Joey Desert as the CDM playing at the higher level in the Americas. I don't get how you pick one who's playing in a lower league and leave one playing in the major league.
But are they really looking at him, Kazark?
I'm just giving my assessment of the 23-man squad.
I know you're giving an assessment, but I'm just asking the question.
If what?
If they are looking at Joey Desert.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that anyone can answer it. Who do I speak to? I ask Paul Hall? Do I ask Marian Garden? Who do we speak to? Do I ask Wendell Downswell? I don't know. So I don't have the question for that. I don't understand the question, Coach, because I could not have an answer for that, nor could anyone have an answer for that.
Or they know about him. I probably asked it the incorrect way.
He represented Jamaica at youth level.
That's a long time ago.
Okay, all right. Round about the time of Marcus Garvey, because as far as I know, it was just about like 4 or 5 years ago at max. So we just forget about players; they drop off the thing. So that was my question. So if you're asking if they know, if they think that would be a very serious indictment, and certainly the technical committee who claims that they love youth should be aware of the youth who have excelled. That's number one. Number two, I am very concerned about the Dennis Taylor issue. And I'm not even going to put on I always like ramp on and give me a little selector joke. But now I'm going to give them. I would like to know what has Dennis Taylor done to be dropped completely from the Reggae Boyz squad after holding his own against Serbia in a 1-1 draw. 30-something ranked Serbia. 1 goal conceded. Why is he dropped unceremoniously, like a bad habit, while Mr. letting 4 goals every time I play seems to have found his way in the squad? Just being blatant and thing. Coach Ganside is going to get a chance to speak, Stan. So that's 2. I think everybody would be curious about the call-up of Haka. Everybody would be curious about it. And that's a question that I would have asked if we were given the certain respect of the squad being announced at a press conference, which is what we were told when we raised the matter when the president was on Manning's program, that this would be a thing of the past. Like dropping squad in the middle of the night, like, yeah, check the Guzu man, for load up a gathering. I don't know who does this. It's after curfew. Nothing should be happening after curfew. That's my take. I know some people will be querying the omission of Nico Brett. I am the third person that I'm querying is the omission of Kyle Ming from Cavaliers, who was called up to the squad, who plays right back, centre back sometime, but certainly was one of the standout players in the Premier League, the JPL. So those would be my 3, and I think other people would query Nico Brett, but I really have 3 queries. We're not looking the left back and carrying 1 left back, 1 right back without any cover and carrying 8 attackers seems a bit curious to me. But those are my points. I won't be long-winded. I did promise that I would change in the new year.
Okay. I see.
I love if Coach and Stan can address that. I know Richard might not be too familiar with the local players, but if you are, you can chime in, Richard.
Just a quick... Hold on, Richard. I can't answer any of those questions that Cataract asked, to be honest. But I see our question is about 6 Cavalier players is a major concern. To me, I don't think so, because they would have been the Premier League champion. And if you're calling local players, then absolutely you want to get some of the players who would have performed well from the winning team. You know what I mean? So I'm not certain if that is a fair comment to make. Richard, you're
So,
going to...
coach, it is a fair comment to make. Here's why. So there's an inherent conflict in how the Jamaican football program is run. The technical committee, supposedly the ones who provide a pool to the coach to select from. So if the person running the organization that has most of the players, there's an inherent conflict. The question has to be asked. Now, if one can say,
no, let me chime in again, Cranky, because why I say I don't agree. Over the years, Portmore United champion and the local squad is called up, you get players from Portmore. Montego Bay United, the champions, a local squad is called up, you get more of the players from Montego Bay United. What's the difference with Cavalier?
So how many local players were called up for this squad? How many locally based players were called up?
For this squad?
Yeah.
Let me check.
Because then you can look at the distribution and then say, are all the best players playing for Cavaliers? Now, we would agree sometimes that the champion team, given how they have played in a lot of different sports in a lot of different countries, sometimes have a number of the players in national. It doesn't always work that way, but it can be. It does happen sometimes, right? Because that's what one of the reasons why they're champion. They probably have the best players.
I
sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes that's not the case.
All right. I see Richard King, Tope, JD in White, Amal Knight. Count with me. Let me go again. White, Knight, King, Tope, Watson, Howell, Atkinson, Beckford, Campbell, Fletcher, and Chung. Those are the
11?
Those are the local.
So almost half the team, and we say 60 from Cavaliers. I wouldn't call it Haka because he's just there based on history, not based on his team affiliation, frankly. So it's probably 6 of 10 versus 6 of 11. Yeah.
My stance.
Probably could justify it.
My stance, listening, CD and Kronk, views from subscribers from London, England. I am not making at this juncture. Good to have you back, Cataract. I am not at this juncture making a mountain out of a molehill. It's clear that yes, you've identified 6 players from Cavaliers, the JPL champions. Mr. Speed is invested in that particular team, but as we've come to common consent, they are stacked with a lot of talented young players for the future. Okay, Cataract, well, I'm going to come over to you shortly, sir. I'm hoping, so maybe I'm coming from a glass half full perspective. This is a kind of a developmental team. It's a mixture of those players as we've identified who are available, mixed with an experienced set of players like Taxi, like Hacker, who are going to be going up against a Peruvian team. And Paul Hall, again, is at the helm. He's going to have the opportunity to have these players at his disposal, working with them, discussing his philosophy, seeing who fits into a squad atmosphere. And I'm seeing it as a positive experience all round. This team is going to be, of course, nowhere near the team that is selected to face Mexico at the office, but he's going to be able to, i.e. Paul Hall and his coaching staff, run the rule over those players who adjust and settle in and play well in training, and then come the Peruvian game. I'm trying not to make a mountain out of a molehill at the moment, or making a drama and turning a drama into a crisis at this juncture. Let's see what happens. But I'm listening carefully again, start of 2022, to is there anything that lies behind what we see, i.e. or e.g. The dropping of the squad at midnight as opposed to during the day when a press conference could have made things a little clearer. And one quick question going forward: do you know when the next press conference will be? Because Paul Hall, to my mind, I'm set for a very transparent, communicative, and upfront coach who will be able to answer the tough and pertinent questions that the likes of your good selves would ask. Katarek, over to you.
Okay, so I hope you're not calling me a drama queen.
I would not put you. You would be putting words into my mouth. I was not calling you a drama queen. What I am saying clearly is that I have an opinion, which is this team is clearly developmental. These are players who are young, inexperienced at the international level. They're going to be facing a decent Peruvian team. They want to represent Jamaica. We want to see how they adapt, and it's mixed with some seasoned players. Paul Hall will run his eyes and run the rule over those players who are there. Hopefully, Haka, with his short-range passing, if he gets onto the pitch, he'll be giving the ball more often to players on the wing and in the midfield. We'll see what happens. The likes of Joey Desart, Paul Hall knows who he is. If he comes back into the fold, so be it. But we have got a great and terrific abundance of talent across the Jamaican diaspora. I am not for 2022 starting off the year by beating Paul Hall over the head and beating the JFF unnecessarily until we see something that is clearly amiss, which was unfortunately this situation, alas, under the Tapa reign. CD, am I out of order, or do you think you can see where I'm coming from?
I agree with you. Remember, I said it. I agree with you 100%. Initially, when this squad was picked, and this game, I'm not going head over heels over it. My concern is the game in Mexico.
Yeah, Coach, I think there's a question being asked around the communication by the JFF, which seemed to suggest, they indicated, not suggest, that everyone was available, right? And then there were information coming out even before the squad was selected that certain players were not available. And it just seems a little bit strange that some of the players that were indicated were not available, actually were not available. The JFF was trying to manage the narrative by saying everyone was available. So the three players who didn't make themselves, who were not available, the JFF seemed to suggest that they made themselves available, which is the captain, Albus, and Fisher. They said they were available. They weren't selected, supposedly give others an opportunity. Was that really the case? I think that question is being asked because information came out that they would make themselves available.
I think Sonia or Sean, you're saying that we can't compare a Barcelona team to Jamaica about I think the comment that Roadball TV made. The point is that the principle I think Roadball is talking about, and not the actual comparison with Jamaica and Barcelona. So sometimes you have to put the argument into context and not read way over the top.
So Coach, there's something a little drop in the Wi-Fi, but look here, let me say this. So I'm glad you clarified, Sir Richard, because I'm not being a drama queen. I prefix my comments by saying I'm 80% okay with the squad. I just I deal with logic and transparency. At this current moment, you have the schoolboy football competition in Tro, where you have players who are match fit and match ready, who no one seemed to give a look at. Stan Kroenke, I am going to have to genuflect a little to you and take back a statement. But it's not a statement. I really hadn't watched enough games to make an assessment, but I got a chance to watch some of the early round games. And I think a player like Pearson, there's also another central midfielder at Mona High, one who is 19, and Pearson, I think, nearly reached 20, who would be the same age as an Akwasa Chang, right? They were not looked at, even though they are more match ready than players who last played in October. That's just one of my takes out of it. That I thought and I did mention, coach, my concern that I didn't see any of the technical staff and the assistant managers. This was even before when Theodore Whitmore was the coach, attending these SBF games, looking for talent. So that's the thing. So I only really had 3 questions. So I don't think I am being negative. I had 3 questions and they don't seem to be able to be answered sufficiently. Dennis Taylor, who was in the squad and a keeper of record, who has been unceremoniously dumped from the squad before, prior to the sacking of Coach Whitmore, right? And now you just seem to be totally out of the picture. Not even out of the squad, no, just out of the picture totally. I can't be quiet about that, because part of my job as a member of the Free Press, certified, is that I'm to seek the truth always.
Cataract, just to cover that one before you make the other 2 points, is it possible? Because I've heard this name and I've heard the name Dennis Taylor mentioned by you several times. Is it possible? Is it conceivable that the likes of Paul Hall and the JFF, possibly, including the technical committee and Rudolph Speed, recognize that Dennis Taylor is a capable and competent keeper, a good keeper, quality keeper, but they know that the #1 glovesman is Andre Blake as we stand? We know about Dylan Barnes, and then this is where the rub could be. Is it identifying the fact that we need more experienced and available goalkeepers, and that the pool of talent may be getting a little deeper and could get a little deeper by introducing the likes of the other keepers that have been introduced to the franchise and to the whole selection committee. So we know that we've got Dennis Taylor locked and docked. He's there. Once he's fit, we know he's capable, but we're giving more experience, because other than that, well, we're then entering into, shall we say, interesting waters, potentially muddy. Is that possible, Cataract?
No, it's not possible. And when a wordsmith such as yourself starts fumbling for words, we know we have a problem. So what we were told when the November window came around and Dennis Taylor was dropped from the national 23-man squad in favor of Jadine White, we were told that Dennis Taylor hadn't played for 2 weeks, having been knocked out in the
JPL playoff.
the JPL playoff, and Jadine White playing in the finals. So apparently not playing for 2 weeks is a criteria to be dropped from the national team. Unless, of course, your name was...
No, but Unseen is saying he never had a good game when he came back to the JPL.
Hold on. We were told directly from the JFF that the reason for the player being dropped was because Dennis Taylor hadn't played for 2 weeks, and Jadine White was more match ready because he had played. Remember, he had played in the finals and Taylor had not. Right? I queried at the time that if the criteria is that if a man don't play for 2 weeks, him forget drop, then what was Alvas Powell doing in the team? Because Alvas Powell hadn't played any competitive match. He was not in the Philly team for like about 3 or 4 games prior to that window. And Javane Brown was playing every match for the Vancouver Whitecaps. So the sort of, Richard, the sort of, and Stan, you might also say, inconsistency in explanation, and you can just bore holes in the explanation, leaves one with a lot of concern. JD's White claim to fame is that he saved 2 penalties in the final. How many penalties does Jamaica face? We haven't given away any penalties. We don't need a penalty stopper. We need a goalkeeper who is a shot stopper, one who can handle crosses, and one who can distribute the ball out.
How far down the rabbit hole do you want to go with this one, Cataract? If you at your next press conference with the JA, would you be in a position and would you feel comfortable in asking such a question, and would you expect a response promptly from a Paul Hall regarding this particular question? Because I'm all ears at this point.
I'll expect an answer from Mr. Speed. 6 out of 10 players for the Cavaliers thing. Listen, we can't say boy because it's a new year, we're not gonna really talk the things. Coach Minzy, you and I were at the National Stadium trackside. What did we see from Jamoy Topi? Talk it truth, no man. Remember good, no man. Remember, no?
Yeah, but remember.
After the 60-meter warm-up dash, another man, they sit down on the ground and bust done. Couldn't take part in nothing else.
He pulled something. How do you know he didn't hurt himself?
So what am I do back in the squad if he hurt himself?
Well, maybe he recovered.
How you know him recover? Nobody not playing a football and nobody not train.
Well, he must have recovered. Training go on, Cataract. Training go on.
So Topi looks good in training.
No, I think also that the person who came on the last time on Friday, who was he was a scout, he's affiliated with a team, did say the communication. I'm going to infer what he's saying, which is the communication to players wasn't optimum. Some players didn't learn they were in the squad until after it was announced in the general public that they were in the squad, for example. So I think the communicate, and I've always said this, which is the method of communicating with players, those who are in the squad or not in the squad, the JF have to get that right, because it's not appropriate. Sending somebody a text or an email to me doesn't work. You got to call the person and talk to them both ways, right? Especially the ones who are close to it and not making it, and what general public is going to ask why you're not in the squad. You got to give them an explanation. That's what people do professionally. You consider employing that when you go about communicating with people who you consider to be important to your setup and where you're trying to go.
And it's really and truly, it's not really hard. That's what I'm saying. Is a 23-man squad is not really too much. So first of all, Haka should stay home and Joey Desert should be in the squad. That cannot be contested, argued or debated. If the money run out and you can't get the more flight from the USA, you know, the more money for ticket, certainly Andrew Vanzi, who, I keep saying this, who was the starting CDM at the club at which Haka was at. And Haka was the third CDM in line at that club.
But guess what? Haka have more, whatever that's now, what would say, more experience playing for Jamaica than Vanzi.
Okay.
Vanzi have the experience that are playing for Jamaica.
I can't really say the name because no disrespect, but I recognize the voice, but I can't see the face because I'm using my phone, unfortunately.
CC, but CC.
CC, so hold on, let me answer. Let me just answer, Stan, and then I'll have the back. So then we should call Rudolph Austin, because Rudolph Austin has much more experience than Haka. And he's trading at Portmore, since we just want to call experience.
Yeah, but what if Rudolph isn't interested in playing?
So, coach, I'm sorry, it's not justifiable. Have you ever seen, so let me ask you guys this question, maybe I'm wrong. Have you ever seen a player called from a team in a league where that player is the third person in that team in terms of playing time or playing, yes, they call over the two starters? Where has that ever happened? In football, any place. So coach is starting. I'm starting with coach, and Cataract is on the bench, and Cataract get called, and we don't get called. And it's not because, you know what, Cataract was injured, so he wasn't playing because he was injured. Those two players are playing because the coach believed they give him a better chance to win than Cataract does.
You mean for the same team, Cranky? For the same
national team. So for you play for England.
Well, let me make the point now.
Okay.
I want to understand the question that Cranky is asking. Are you
Here's the example.
You
and I are Manchester United coach because you like to talk about your Man U team. Yeah. We're starting at midfield. Cataract played the same position. He's on the bench. And Southgate called Cataract.
No, the question I want to ask, Cranky, is it that we are all three of us play for the same country?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
that's the
coach.
clarification I wanted.
Yes. Same
But we
country.
don't have to give example.
It's not
Andrew
example,
Vanzi.
Cataract. It's
Hold on.
a
Andrew
question you want
Vanzi.
to answer.
No, the other name just slipped me. Me see CC can help me. Andrew Vanzi and this next youth. It's not too bad, you know. It's two of them play CDM, double pivot at Humble Lion. Haka was at the bench. So three of us play for the same club. We can represent the same Jamaica. We overlook the two starters at the club and then pick the man who is on the bench.
Yeah.
That's what Stan is asking. Where does that happen in the world? And it's justified.
Somebody said this is Jamaica, and I say you have to just expect the unexpected.
But I'm giving you an explanation as to why they might have chosen to call Aka in terms of those players.
National player,
Aka is
national team
somebody.
experience.
As Aka is someone.
Guys, we're not listening to what we're saying, you know. This a meritocracy is about playing. It's not about just experience. It's about playing. I can contribute on the field, not just my experience.
No, I was just answering the question as to why they would have called.
Right. It's hypothetical answer I'm really giving up.
But coach,
I'm not sure.
That's what I'm trying. Coach, here's the thing, coach.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a team, a local league team, a JPL team. I'm picking my team, and I don't have the national player in my team. I am playing some other people who I say are better, but the national team doesn't agree with me. They say they have a chance to win with this player than the two players who are in my team who are younger. I don't get the logic. It's illogical. Unless the coach of the local the JPL team doesn't know what he's doing. I'm a fight Aka, as we would say. I mean, where's the logic in that whole construct? Where's the logic in that selection process? The national team is like a player who can't get into his local team and get into the national team. What does that say about the national team?
But gentlemen, are we in danger? And I don't want to get heavy-hearted at the start of 2022. Are we getting in danger of shooting ourselves in the foot and potentially once again throwing a cloud over the chances and prospects and hopes and aspirations of the Jamaican national team under the new incumbent Paul Hall? Can we not allow some slack? Let the players play, let the players train. We will not, it seems to be the case, have a unanimous set of ideas regarding who is selected. And this again goes back to the same thing that I've said. I'm sure Devin Porter, Cataract, everyone here, CC would agree. Jamaica has at its disposal arguably the greatest crop of talent. So it's not only the greatest crop of talent quality-wise, but quantity-wise, an identifiable quantity. This brings its own inherent problems. And with an organization such as the JFF, with a country not seasoned and embedded in a footballing tradition, these kind of arguments and debates can snowball into something more than healthy discussion and reasoning, where at the end of the day, okay, we beg to disagree, but at the end of the day, we all support the team. And if they win, hooray. If they draw, if they lose, we'll be disappointed. This is a fledgling country in terms of world footballing culture, talents, and results. I am concerned that our deliberating can snowball into a negative situation where Paul Hall and those who are under his tutelage and leadership will not be able to put their best foot forward, and we as fans will not be able to celebrate and put our whole 110% energy and support behind the Jamaican team in the land we love.
Richard.
So I need to, Scatterrack, I need to speak.
Go ahead, Crunchy.
So Richard, let me just say this, Richard. We refuse to accept mediocrity. We refuse to accept the status quo. And the status quo can be clouded and covered and put someone in the seat who will not be allowed to do their job the way it should be done. We refuse to do so. And we're not going to be muzzled by trying to have peace and trying to have things work a certain way when we know, based on what we see and what we have known, that things don't work that way. It's not supposed to work that way. better must come, frankly. But that term, Richard, better must come, but better is not coming. Because what we're doing is putting Paul Hall in a role, and he's going to be unsuccessful if he can't make decision of his own volition. Doesn't work for me, will not accept it, refuse to accept it.
But
we'll speak out about it. We're not looking for peace. We're looking for substance.
Cranky.
Yes.
I totally agree with you on that point. You put him in a position if he doesn't have total autonomy. But for me, this squad that was selected for this friendly, I will take the final nail if I see a team select for Mexico and it is not what we would have expected.
Coach, I have to stop it, Coach.
No.
Wait, Coach, let me just say this to Coach. No, here's the thing. If we're saying you want to see new players and you want to get a perspective, what do you need to see new about Haka?
No, I don't think. Well, I'm not cranky. Remember me say it already. I've told you what I was told, you know. Some of the players that aren't in competition, that are not playing in their leagues are not happening. Some of these players were called. Aka would have been included because he was a part of the regime before, and they call him, Lowe, and some others who were playing before. Those players cannot make up the entire squad. So them just pick some players in the local league to add up. That's what my thinking is.
No, Coach.
Hold on, let me finish. I am not going head over heels over this squad to play Peru. That is Coach Minz's own opinion on that matter. Everybody else here have their opinion. I'm not fighting it. Notice I don't sit back and I listen to share your opinion. I have no problem with what you are saying. But I am not going head over heels for that squad for the Peru game. What I am interested in, and you gentlemen can share your views on that squad, I have no problem. What I am interested in is the team that I believe Paul Hall will have more hand in the selection for the Mexico game. Now, when me say there's discrepancies and lack of transparency on who this and who that, I will talk. And I'm not saying that you gentlemen should not talk. But this is my opinion on the matter that you're discussing. Continue.
But Coach, there's a process.
Go ahead, Cranky.
There's a process you go through, Coach, in life. When you're doing anything, there's a process. And the process starts bad, it can only end bad, Coach. We have a new regime. You come in, you're going to implement your own process, your own standards, your own way of operating. If you start with a process, which when we look at it, we're saying, well, you want to give exposure to players. You keep on talking about give exposure. You have people like Pearson, who I think is a very good footballer. They play at a high level. Good chance to bring him to the program. Even to let him go see how Peru looks like. Be around certain players of certain qualifications, certain abilities who have gotten exposure. Bring him into the team. You want to give people exposure. Don't bring in somebody who's 39 years old, can't help you going forward, has not played well. He's not Roger Miller from Cameroon, who went to the World Cup in what? Was it 92, 80, whatever it was in Italy, and was 40 years old and scoring goals and playing really well. He doesn't have that ability. That's not him. We'll see what he can do. So why are we having him in the team? Now people are going to say, well, why are you guys on Haka? Because he's a symptom of a larger problem. That's the problem, Coach, that we have. So yes, we want to concern about Mexico, but it's the process going forward. I am focused on 2026. I know everybody is focused on 2022. I'm not, because I see it's almost an impossibility, or highly improbable, that we're going to make the World Cup, given who's in front of us. But if we're going to have a process in place, and even though Paul Hall may be temporary, we got to start making changes now. There's a construct in place to allow us to work well going forward. We're not doing that.
It's because you cannot name your sources, them, you know, as a budding journalist, you know. That's why I'm not sure everything.
Coach,
Stan, hold on. Stan, let me say something. I want to say ditto to everything that Stan Kroenke has said. Maybe they will find a cure for COVID based on the fact that Kroenke and Cataract have been agreeing over the past or maybe it's just the Christmas season.
There can't
Coach,
be a cure for a virus, Cataract. So
that's what maybe there is. Maybe there will be, or an antidote, But coach, you are selling a narrative. Somebody has given you a narrative to sell. I'm suggesting to you.
Hold on.
Hold on. Unnamed source.
Hold on. If you go back to listen to the video when the squad just came out, it is the same argument Coach Minzy upon. Me not switch.
You don't switch. And I'm saying, no. You have your source. Your source. When people when the vendors get a load from country at Coronation Market, you have to check your load. You can't just throw it out on the chapel and sell it.
But you're still not getting me. I said I was saying that
Coach,
before me get the load.
Yes, but what I'm saying to you, there's a simple flaw in your argument. If you are saying that players who were the narrative and the transparency and the protocol is that players who were in the squad who are not match fit because they haven't played football since November, the USA game, and that window, that those players are called up, then you can't explain the omission of Fisher, Powell, and Blake. I'm saying to you that the two narratives are perpendicular. They shall never meet. Shatter, get that word, perpendicular. They shall never meet. So we can just accept something all right. Something all right. Something stinks in the state of Denmark. And it ain't the fish. That's just me. But when I go beat up, me give my thing. I hope everybody is cool. Hold on now. Everybody have their opinion, but I'm saying if it's flawed, I have to point it out. And I don't know you generally as a man to carry a flawed opinion. So I'm wondering why you are carrying this opinion. That is Coach.
My opinion is Coach Minzy is not head over heels about the squad for the Peru game. Me not care who picked the squad. I don't care the guy.
Coach Minzy,
I am interested.
Are you aware that if we play a friendly match and lose badly, it has a deleterious effect on our standing in the FIFA rankings?
You're asking a question that is rhetorical to me.
So if you are aware, how can you not be concerned?
I will still stand by my point. I'm not going head over heels over this squad. That's my opinion.
Okay, bossy.
And if it is perpendicular to yours, it will never meet.
No, that's not the opinion is perpendicular. No, I'm saying the narrative that you set is perpendicular to the narrative that is obvious, because it can't. The narrative cannot explain the two set of facts. The facts are the three.
The narrative that I got, I throw it out, and if we don't agree, we don't leave it there. See, I want to talk on it, but I don't. You see, the narrative when it's short, it is different from what me believe, and that is what you're not getting.
So here's the thing, Coach.
My belief is that the squad don't mean nothing to me for this game.
So, Coach, here's the thing, Coach. We all agree. We all agree that the squad and the game is probably just to get people together and for them to participate and keep it. Those who are not playing to have an opportunity to play in a game. Right?
Hold on, we're getting a call. Okay. Caller, just a second. Cranky's on the phone.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cranky.
But Coach, I think what we're concerned about, Coach, is that we want to see changes, and the changes starting now going forward, and things we can buy into. We don't want the same old, Coach. I understand the squad and the game don't mean anything. We understand the squad means something to the players, to some players. The Kwasa Chunks of the world, it means something to them, right? It does mean something to them. Playing for their country, something for the first time. They want an opportunity to go play, and maybe they can convince the coach it should be considered going forward. So for some fans, it may not mean anything. But it's the process, Coach. And there's almost consensus in the fan community, not necessarily the coaching fraternity, that a player like Haka, who has served his country well and should be lauded and applauded, has served his time and need to give the younger kids a chance to go prove themselves. His time has come. We appreciate him. Thank you. And move on to the next part of your life.
Yeah, and I understand all of this. The people have problems with the process and all of this. Don't you think I know, gentlemen, But at this juncture, I am just observing. I'm just watching because the whole concern is not about we get 15-0 in Peru. Yes, people are gonna talk about that if it happens. But the fact of the matter is we are more concerned about making it to the World Cup. So this is my thing there. But yeah, let us hear what the caller is saying. Caller, go ahead.
Yeah, good night, Coach Minzy and the panelists.
Yeah,
Just
man.
want to Conrad here.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. I disagree with you, somewhat, Miss Coach Minzy. Because, in terms of what we're calling about for this game, friendly, before even the friendly call, where they call what they want to see the team, preparing and doing some work in terms of the matches to come. So, excluding the UK-based players, we wanted really to see the other players them that would have been available or on the verge of probably being in the team, right? So this would have been a match to help
Like
prepare us
who?
for the Mexico game.
Give us some
Hmm?
names. Like who?
No, all of the players them were in the team now, plus some little local based players that were being called on this program and that was on the verge of being in the team,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it would have been a preparation. So the match would have been important. So that's why I'm saying that that should have been the point where the JFF no, the fact that they are taking at the stand like it's a development match, which is just looking at young players and giving players opportunity. We're in the middle of a World Cup campaign. We don't have time to be doing this, right? We have to be looking at the way how we have been playing in the matches before. Things need to change, and this was the opportunity for us to see how best we could change tactic and approach the game. So the selection of the team should have been is important, and the match is important as well, right? So that is my take. I think that is very important, and we should have select the right players that have a chance of making the team to the other matches that in the World Cup to come. It's a preparation, right? Not any development. We don't have time to do that. And next thing that I want to speak about the fact that I think they said 6 players from Cavalier were included in the team. I don't really, I never follow up the local Premier League, so I don't sure how the merit of these players being selected. But for me to say, I think when the league, if there was a playoff, I think Waterhouse would have won the league. So I want to know how much Waterhouse player is in the team. And the fact that you have somebody that's on the technical committee selecting the team and more than 50% of the players that are called up in the local team is from Cavalier, that does those sit right with me, right? That those seem right. So I want to see the merit of these 6 players being
Interesting.
selected. And if England had called up a team and then you hear say 24 members squad and 12 of them are from Manchester United, I'm sure know some people would say and they know that somebody from Manchester United is on the FA committee. People would have been questioning. So what we need the JFF to come up say the merit of these 6 players that were selected. What were they selected for? So that's my take on it. And let me be I can't be fair to Speed, but I can't even be fair to him on an extent. He may not be seeing the players them that are playing in the local league, so he may not know each of them personally. He knows his player more than any other player. But a part of the technical committee, I think that they should be going around and watching each game. And I don't sure that they are doing that. Many times I can tell you, maybe it's this program that they watch or other bloggers program to see what players they are talking about to know to approach them. Right? So I don't believe that they are going around and they are looking at players in depth to know which is the best players to select for Jamaica team. Many times I come on these programs and I hear people start talk about players here, and then I hear JFF call them up first. Whenever I hear say JFF interested in a player, until we hear it before on program like this, then we hear them interested. So it seems like these are the programs that they watch. Keep up the good work. Happy New Year to everybody. This was an important match for us, and we should have selected the best quality players to prepare for this Mexico game, because that's what it's about. And Speed need to come on and say what was the merit of selecting 6 players from his club. We need to know. I don't really watch the JPL, so I can't even say that they're worthy to be on the team or not. So
Yeah,
that's
man.
my take.
All right, cool. Cataract,
Yeah, man.
you make a big outburst and I use it back on your head to pick up the rakes.
Which Rick?
About perpendicular.
That,
Eh?
I cannot have a discussion with people who are not
I use the
mathematically.
word and I making people them feel like say a big word I use, even though it is considered a big word in mathematics.
So hold on. I see that brain drain is trying to question what I was saying. So let me explain. Two lines start at the same point and are perpendicular. They shall never meet. That's a mathematical construct, okay?
Hold
And
on.
I defy anyone to prove otherwise. That's like me arguing with Stan Kroenke over accounting. I wouldn't do it because he's a damn good accountant. I'm a good mathematician.
Hold
And
on.
don't argue with me about music either.
All right, we have a caller online. Caller, go ahead. The thing heat up and all that. People
Yeah, good night, Mr. Lindsay.
Yeah, man. This is the sound like Sean Bless.
Yeah, man, same one, man. Good night to everyone. You know, you and everyone on the panel and
Good
in the
night,
chat
good
as
night,
well.
good night, good night.
A few issues were me have, because you haven't hear me calling much, I haven't hear me text much, but your show never miss me.
Yeah, man.
And other shows never miss me as well. But there's issue where I kind of noticed from the other day, and I'm very respectful of how you're going about your thing, right? The changes where you bring in and all them stuff. But remember, your show start off being what you call it now? You can pronounce the word for me. You people is a set of guys who speak out about the JFF when they're not doing things right. And player who need to be in the squad to let the squad strive to a greater perfection. You understand? And nowadays, I notice you guys like a kind of holding back from speak out. Remember, you know, coach, how your show get to be great, you know, is the truth we speak, you know, and what people need to hear out there, what's going on in the world. You understand? And if you back from that, it's coming like you're not being the same person who you used to be. I will never say if you just stick to one topic, I stick one way, because life can't be like that. Change is coming everywhere, every day, every minute, every hour, every second. Yeah. But the way you guys used to stand up and speak out about things, why do you think the JFF have to start pull up them socks and start to act different and start? It's what you YouTube talent guys doing out there.
Yeah, Sean Bless.
The great work you guys
but
doing.
Sean Bless. Sean Bless.
Yeah.
I given my opinion on a squad that is selected for a friendly. And we having local players in the squad.
No, I do listening about that. I'm not speaking of that. I'm not worrying about the local squad or the pick, because those couldn't be the player to go represent for us for the next 6 important games. You understand? But remember, after this crap of player, going forward, remember we always going to need new replacement. Yeah, me believe strongly in the player them from England, because they are more efficient, qualified to do the job. Not saying that if I put on my Jamaica where me come from, because me I want you to born and growing at the ghetto, Kingston 30 me come from, right?
My place.
Arnett Garden on my side. Anytime in Jamaica, me have the Arnett Garden, I watch match. You see me? Boys Town was the next side when we used to take on to. A very lot. You understand? You see me? So we love the sports to a fullest. We used to play it. We used to play football from D1, D2, come up to Sid Bartley, Major League at the highest me ever reach. I play Jackie Bell knockout. I never played the Premier League.
Sean, I'll never tell where we ease up yet, you know. Can I bring up a point?
No, all right. Let me tell you why I'm low.
Coach, you sound low.
Yeah, you're right. My sound low. Sorry about that. Let me speak a bit.
Coach sound low. The caller sound good.
Oh, me sound low? Yeah, hear me clearly now?
No, you have to.
Yeah.
Sean, you're good enough. You're good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I'm saying, coach, yeah. Remember, you see Simon President is the first show me subscribe to. And me I tell you from way when until your show was the second show come. Remember when your show just come out? You used to all there like a feel cinema all to that come fool around and bro, from them time them I watch you understand? I
Remember
used to
that
say
day,
sorry and all them things then. You understand? So what you guys doing now? Yeah? If you guys stop speak out as old, I know you want to be a professional in what you're doing. And that's how you're supposed to go about things, being a professional. But you can't stop do the thing will make a great coach. Speaking out on the things them this is what make sport make a great region, make a program so great. When you put people wait, people sit down and wait for the days them come for just to watch your program. You understand? So when me as a coach, you make a big headway by speaking out. Don't change that method. I like how young Cranky putting it together. Yeah, I'm not saying for be derogative, but you have to speak the truth when the time comes for you to speak. If we not do this, Jeff will never change, If I never, Tapa wouldn't get fire, If all these programs never speak out and them realize what going Tapa wouldn't get fire now. So you guys are doing such great job, but don't be naive from speak the truth when it's supposed to speak, bro. Giving it to them same way.
Yeah,
you understand?
man.
That's all I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, man.
That's all I'm saying. This is what make a show great. This is what make people enjoy watching a show. You understand?
Yeah.
You see me? So don't change those greatness, bro.
Yeah,
make
man.
a thing go greater. You understand?
Yeah.
And respect again to everyone who's still
man.
listening to it, guys.
Big up yourself, Sean Bless.
I think
the
caller is saying that coaches like those coaches like those persons going to politics with great aspirations to change the system and then gets co-opted and so can't change it. My coach is saying no, that's not the case.
No, that's not the case. But you hear what me saying, Cranky. Remember what I said, This don't mean nothing to me, but you see, when the next squad drop and it's not pleasing to me I go talk. You understand?
Coach, I think what Cranky has been trying to say, and I've been trying to say, if we don't see the process of selection,
hold on the caller.
If we don't see we are not seeing the kind of process of selection which is based on meritocracy. I think that's what Cranky
I agree with that,
Hold on, Coach.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
So we are concerned that maybe we will see this lack of process when it comes to the Mexico game. That's all. Well, we want the side go to Peru. We want them kick some ball. There are about 3 players that I think would feel very hard done by. But more than any, no one can justify the inclusion of Haka in the thing. Right? He now is doing what people say. He might fight out a youth out a squad. Remember, people used to say the English player come out and take a man's space and a youth can't get for bus out of the ghetto and go eat some food. That is what's happening right now.
Wanna go listen to the live when me do pan when the squad drop. Not change.
We listen to every live, even though it's
not change. Cataract. I spoke about Dennis Taylor as well.
Me not say no. Me I say
yeah.
in a narrative. No, but in a narrative. Nobody can give a
if me say it already seen and this we come again and talk about it. Right now, me past that, that's why it don't mean nothing to me now.
Okay,
I am interested in what is to come, and if I don't see the squad that is supposed to be selected, in my opinion, no. Remember, it still has to be in my opinion. Then we're gonna talk. We not drop no catch, man. Caller, Unseen TV Online. Big up yourself. Welcome.
I'll switch over there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
big
man.
Up Cranky.
Greetings, Unseen.
What's up? Well, I have something I want to talk about. Yeah, I'm gonna ask some questions.
Go ahead.
Right. So the young players, them now come from Cavaliers. I feel like a lot of people, have some problem with what's going on. But the question I want to ask, Cataract and Richard, is these young players in the team because of merit, or them just I think speed just pick or whoever pick the team just allow them to be in the squad. If you look at Jaden White and Dennis Taylor comparison, Jaden White has a better JPL season than Dennis Taylor. Right? So that answer the Cataract narrative with Dennis Taylor and Jaden White. Then you look at King. King was one of the best defenders, centre back in the JPL. Deserve opportunity. Got called up when Tapa was there. Right? The only question mark I have with Topi. No, if Topi is not fit, Topi should not be in the squad.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? If Topi is not fit, he should not be in the squad. Aquasta Chung had a good season also.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Do you busy Atkinson? Got opportunity to go to Spain for trials and stuff like. Don't you think this player deserve to be in the squad or get called up?
I don't know about deserve still, but I don't know about deserve, You know what I mean? But what I can say, I have no problem with the young baller them going at this squad because this squad no mean nothing to me. Me I go say it 50,000 times, Me still a whole truth to that. The baller them go get game, and if they impress, then can matriculate to the next the next squad if they can make it. I want to see the squad we have a pick for Mexico. I said that for a long time.
Unseen and CD.
Mm-hmm.
It's a funny thing. Don't want to cut you. It's a funny thing. When you have friendlies in England, international wise, sometimes you'll get odd selection, odd picks. If you have a game that is even less than a friendly, you will again have odd selection and odd picks. I've got to agree with what you're saying. I can empathize fully where you're coming from, CD. And the game against Mexico will be the barometer. I don't see a problem. I really don't think that we should be making a mountain out of a molehill. Cataract said that he agreed with 80% of the discussions around this particular squad. So why are we catching hell and getting so deep into this 20%?
That's the point I want to make, Richard. And you see, the fact of the matter is it's not a FIFA date, and some of the players that we'd want to see Paul Hall utilize in our first squad, they're unavailable. So why we make a mountain over this thing, man?
So Richard, we're not making a mountain of a mole. In any team, Richard, as you know, there's always debate amongst fans about who should be selected and who shouldn't, no matter what window it is and what game it is. At one point, there was a lot of outcry about Grealish not being selected for the England national team when the pundits and fans were saying yes and Southgate didn't select him. Second of all, the reason why, Richard, there is concern is the affiliation or the inherent conflict issue. So even though those players may deserve it based on merit, it does beg the question, and it does look optically as to why we have 6 players from one team in the squad, no matter if that player even won the league. And there's always going to be, it's not a zero-sum game, It's a zero-sum game, by the way, Richard, which is, if I select coach, that means at the expense of Cataract. And some people may think, well, why is Cataract not selected? And finally, Richard, most of us who are in these forums and in other forums and in the football community, apart from the coaching fraternity, I'll say this, and maybe the JFF, is always asking about one player. Why is he ever there anymore? We love what he has done, but why at the expense of someone else? When his play doesn't seem to indicate that he's there to slot. So we don't want to have this discrimination about someone and their age and their experience, but we're saying based on how the player has played, and he's the one causing most of the contention, why is he in the squad? We used to have the same discussion about Hector at one point, even though Hector has been playing much better and he played well in the Gold Cup, that he kind of dissuade that discussion, he sort of mitigate that. We haven't had the same discussion with this player. We haven't had the same views. He has done nothing to warrant being in the team or in the squad. Nothing.
Look,
so anyway, Richard, we always have this dialogue. I got to talk about something, Richard. It's always there about some player who missed out. Whether it's basketball, football, rugby, there's always dialogue around this. Why didn't Cataract in the squad? He's played well. Why is Richard in the squad? Is it because of nepotism why Richard's in the squad? Is it because he's affiliated with somebody, you know, the right people? You're always going to have that diverse views about these things. But there's one player where there's almost unanimity in terms of why is that player there? We're not struggling with that question in friendly or real.
Well, let me answer that question very briefly, attempt to answer that question very briefly. And let me throw in a great sign of hope and optimism in the shape.
Hold on. What? All right, go ahead. Remember the caller is online. Quickly with that.
Oh yes, for respect. CD, and Cataract, you guys are now members of the press fraternity. I am keen and looking forward to you guys, amongst others, asking these pressing and pertinent questions. So there, at those junctions and those opportunities, we will get some answers. So I hope you don't back down and ask these valid, get me, questions that you're asking so we can get to the bottom of it. Regarding Haka, there were people, look, I remember Colombia, a guy called Carlos Valderrama, a great player for that team. He continued playing. Lothar Matthäus of Germany kept on playing until he was up in his, I think his late 30s, maybe even early 40s. People could have made arguments in competitive international games that he was taking somebody's place and stopping someone coming through.
Well, Richard,
through.
1 point, Richard.
When Haka was,
Richard.
well, hold on.
Richard.
Kronk, when Haka was playing for Jamaica, when he was selected, he did something of note. We thought that he wouldn't even get through 10 minutes. He then, at some points, was exposed, but he did something somehow, and Jamaica ended up with an unbeaten 4-run run in the World Cup qualifying campaign. Listen, if he doesn't cut, if he doesn't cut the mustard, if he doesn't cut the mustard, I and all of us will be ready and looking at Paul Hall to see if he knows it, sees it, and takes action. So here comes the Mexico game, and this is where I'm going back to CD and call it. I look forward to you coming forward. CD has said he wants to see the selection for the Jamaican team versus Mexico. I'm sure that when other friendly games come up, Haka at some point will have to take a back seat, because I want to see the likes of Desart or a Martin Davis. The list is endless. Lewis Baker, if he gets into the equation. So I'm not going to get hung up overly over the Haka situation for now, because with your questioning, good people of the press, we will soon get to the bottom of this, and Mr. Haka will have to take a backseat sooner. Get me now? Sooner than later. CD, when you want to bring the caller in, your time.
All right, yeah, caller, finish up your point. Unseen.
Yes, Sir Minzy. So this is the next point, though. We should use this friendly game. I share the same sentiments that you share, to see the individual qualities that these players can bring to the match, the Peru game, right? And not really look on, the whole aspect of the team selection and stuff like that. Just look on these youngsters, so that, because we have to understand that this is COVID time. Some of our best players, right? COVID can just get them out of the Mexico game, right? And you remember the JFF don't really have any money. Them now go spend the money for getting no other player, play this, play that. So them quickly for call a JPL player. So we have to use put them out in the game to see where they're at now. So if anything, Paula can just select Acosta Chung for the Mexico game and stuff based on his performance in the Peru game. Understand me? So I think it's that line we should look at. That's my point.
All right, Unseen, big up yourself.
So, coach,
big up yourself.
Unseen, respect. I take what Unseen is saying. This is a game we want to expose some youngsters. If that was the thing, we should see a young squad. Fine. And I would have, if that's the narrative, then certainly there's no explanation why a Pearson, who would have finished up his schoolboy competition just before the Peru game, because he would take part in the Champions Cup, so he would have fresh legs. What's the youth there from Stets? Score those 2 amazing goals in the last round. I just say that the narrative doesn't fit the reality. And I'm not going to bash my friend Richard, except to say that it is heresy and blasphemy to mention Haka in the same sentence with Carlos Valderrama, who, as slow as he was, has never taken 11 touches in a football match of 90 minutes. Don't do it.
No. He did mention the German player too.
Lothar Matthäus.
Yeah, he mentioned Matthäus.
I'm just sticking to the hemisphere. Please. please retract that. Look, man now fight against Akenaka. I'm there in our team long time. In our team couldn't qualify for a World Cup. Him do him thing and him put him thing. But the game gone. And I don't fight age. It's not age is the problem. It's the stage and ability. So if you're 40 and banging in the goals, kudos.
Cataract, let me just ask you this pointedly, and to Cataract, and then the viewers and subscribers out there. Let me just ask this pointedly. Let me ask a pointed question at this juncture, because we may be dancing around on a pinhead at this junction. Are you guys, as we speak, concerned
Travis, I've got
with
to
the
get
capability?
well on the Travis, just put on a coat and forward back.
Put on a blazer or a jacket.
Or a
We don't
blazer.
have t-shirts anymore, blood. New year, new rules. Different thing. Have to step with the blazer.
Yeah,
again.
go ahead, Richard.
So the man with the one jacket for funeral, it now go work. Yeah.
Here's the question. Are we, see in a moment, Travis, are we casting doubts on Paul Hall's ability as a manager? And if we're not, then I want us to be very clear, because this could be
surreptitious, my friend.
Go ahead.
You're being surreptitious. To attempt to besmirch the good name of Paul Hall by those of us who are questioning the selection of Hacker, knowing very well that we doubt that Paul Hall has had much of an input into this squad, since he was not, his remit was to liaise with the players in England, not to affay himself, make himself affay with the players in Jamaica.
That's why I tell you a long time, say, me no look too much in that squad.
What kind of
my
man whisper to me the talking thing louder.
Now whisper me, I said long time I want to now listen to me.
Long time.
So I must say to you, let me just end this part by saying
continue
because I am going to have to challenge Shatter, who and my good soldier in the Cataract Army, Cyan Bowen, who dared to question me. Coach, let me say this. There were two teams in the finals of the Jamaica Premier League. That finals ended in a draw that required it to go to penalties. There were 26 players who played in that game. It wasn't a lopsided affair. So then someone would have to explain how 6 players from one team are called up and 0 from the other team are called up. You have 2 finalists.
No, it's not 0.
How many players from what else were called up? Maybe my math is wrong. Uno. Okay, sorry. Uno.
I'm not at this juncture, Cataract, going to say that you are discredited. I'm not going to say that you're discredited. What I am going to say, what are you going to say? Go ahead.
6 from one team and 1 from the other team when 2 teams were in the finals. I am not going to tell you, that I can't really pick out, apart from maybe one of the center backs and from Waterhouse was pretty good in the game, but I didn't see it's not a dominant performance. It was even Stevens, cut and trust. So I don't see the imbalance that come, and I can specify where my queries lie, but I will leave it there because I don't want to do you and cause disruption in other matters. So, Coach, all of that is well. We would have watched another YouTuber who is sometimes a panelist here, Ryan. His program, I think, is today or yesterday, New Year's. And it brings some very serious concerns. We also watched the program with Talawa TV and John Barnes about interference in the selection of the squad and politics coming into the decisions regarding coaching. But I was pretty concerned with the developments because, as you know, I have taken what I would call a measured, unusually measured approach to this dismissal of Theodore Whitmore. And on the next occasion that I get a chance to be in front of the JFF or anybody's press or the general secretary or whoever show them face, I was nice the last time coming and want to blow up the spot. But whether this matter is finished and far from finished, I think it's disappointing that matters regarding the former coach seem to get leaked into the YouTube space and people have the documents and them something there. Because let me tell you why. Should the matter proceed further and somebody is suing about professional damages and reputational damages, I, from my layman's perspective, can see where these might be issues. That first it was the meeting, the decision about his firing being leaked before the actual meeting, and that's it. I would urge a JFF to be responsible and professional, and as a member of the General Council of the National Workers Union, to remind that Jamaica is a signatory to the ILO, and particular to the right of every Jamaican citizen to decent work, and that you cannot arbitrarily terminate an employee on your terms unless it's for cause. So I would urge the JFF to come to the meeting table with Coach Whitmore and have this matter settled, and don't worry with the bravado, because if you know the Industrial Disputes Tribunal of Jamaica, I have known more than one company who have had to shut down, bankrupt by an IDT ruling. And I think it's not a body to
JFF
blame.
is gonna shut down with
No,
this
I
one?
don't think. No, I don't know. I'm the bravado that I'm hearing about 100% certain that you have industrial relations and the industrial relations codes and laws in Jamaica is not something to play with. Me see bigger than JFF get tripped up at the IDT because there's a matter of process. Let me just give a simple example, Coach. If you say a worker is not performing, or an employee is not performing, a contractor is not performing, you would have to provide to him or her in writing and provide him or her with a time frame with which to improve the performance. So it go. I just allow that. We can then ask if all the steps, because a set of steps must follow, to make sure you follow every single one of them. So don't be brave and bravado. More be humble and try to come to an amicable conclusion. I was a little disturbed because I remember what happened the last time, and that didn't go to the IDT Jamaica. That just went to, I don't even know if it's the court. I don't even know the first step of the court. And when the lawyer seat and the case put, we had to pay a tremendous sum of money. But I can tell you, lots of people have the 2 weeks notice thing in them contract or 1 month notice. But you can't just evoke it like that because you like how your face stay or whatever. You have to have cause.
Yeah, what was the matter? What was the or what is the terms of the quote unquote suit?
No, I don't know enough. I said I heard the thing, and I heard that which it should not be in the public domain, because if you've written to the federation,
I didn't hear it. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, that he was not at fault for the position that Jamaica is in. So he has performed his job. He's not at fault for the position in the World Cup qualifying, and therefore should not have been fired. There's no just cause to fire him. And of course, obviously, that the results were improving, and November window was the best window that we had in terms of results. That's pretty much what I gathered from the podcast.
CD, we want to hear from Travis. I'm going to be fascinated. I want to hear from Travis, wishing him Happy New Year 2022. I am smelling, Kronk, can you hear me? I'm smelling some smoke. And CD, can you smell the smoke? Because something's potentially cooking. You have said, I have said, we are not unduly, we have questions, but we're not unduly concerned with this Peruvian game selection. But when we've mentioned Haka, and now we at some point we're going to have the Mexico game, I am concerned, and you've said it, CD, you actually said, depending on who is selected, you will sound the alarm. Now, I'm going to speak, all right?
That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, yes, and I want you to speak as well as Travis. I heard Mr. Wint. I heard the final couple of hours of that fascinating tete-a-tete with I Am Sure. But Mr. Wint gave a hint. Wint gave a hint of the potential team selection that will get every man and woman potentially jumping in their seats, because he said, if I'm not mistaken, who says we need 3 to 6 players coming in to the squad? I think he was suggesting, I don't know what part he has to play in the final selection of the team versus the likes of Mexico, but I will put it to you now, I would not be surprised, and I won't be surprised if you guys are not going to be up in arms. The question is, will you deserve to be up in arms? Because when Paul Hall selects that team, I say Paul Hall, when you see the selected team for the game against Mexico, I wonder what you guys will say if, I'm just putting a name out there, or two, if a Fisher is selected, if a Flemings is selected, if a Corey Burke is selected, I suspect that Mr. Wint gave a hint that what you guys want to expect pertaining to the dream team selection that Jamaica could bring together with the likes of Damari Gray. I'm not going to go to Mason Holgate, but the names are there on the tips of your tongue. Watch out and see when that squad is announced, because Paul Hall, yeah, oh yeah, drop it again. Oh yes, Paul Hall, be on guard, because people will be coming for you verbally in these and in the vlogging hemisphere. I have got high concerns about what's going to come. Brace yourself, gents. Brace yourselves. Travis, one and all, speak.
Yeah, man. Respect, Richard. Good night, cranky coach.
Big of us.
Long time in a check-in through work and thing, you know.
Yeah.
But Cataract, he asked something about Cavaliers have 6 players. Cavaliers have 4 players in the team, boss. Paris and Alex Marshall, who me think shouldn't have been in the team, kind of in their Canada. Them are the Cavalier players again. Years ago, since we have the advent of this, years ago before YouTube.
Hold on, Travis, I know me counting up.
No, but we can tell you.
But
4 players. And the 4 players.
Who says 6 now?
No, man. Probably says 6.
But you are still be a little disingenuous, though, Travis, because those players emanated, and you are aware of sell-on clauses.
No, man. All right, Cataract. Listen to Cataract.
Clauses, right?
Cataract. Cataract. Years ago, before advent of this program, we can talk, when Harborview and Portmore have all 10 players in our team equally, nobody used to make up nice. I mean, against Cavaliers, and 4 players for Cavaliers have in our team now, with White, King, Tuopi, because they in our program already, and Atkinson, they deserve them chance in a friendly game like this. Nothing is wrong with that. So I say, the only problem we have in our team, you know, 3 goalkeepers them were in our team, and Haka. One of them should know that team, because Dennis Taylor should have in our team. And I said this loud and clear. A person from Westmoreland, Warren Barrett, stop fight against Dennis Taylor.
Whoa.
I make that clear.
Well,
Warren Barrett, national goalkeeper coach.
Hold on, Travis.
Stop fight against Westmoreland goalkeeper.
People, the views expressed by Travis, not of the coach's desk. We
man, I'm from Travis, man. From Westmoreland. Warren Barrett, stop fight against Dennis Taylor.
Travis. Don't do them something, man.
Travis.
Don't do them something,
hold on, Travis. Hold on. Let me ask you, because you are trying to walk by the water like Jesus. Let me tell you. I am going to ask you a direct question, brother. Is Dennis Taylor a more competent, better goalkeeper than Jaden White?
But by far, there's no comparison there.
Cavalier bias on what?
No, but all right. Cataract. And White never have a problem with it. The problem we have is Miller when I play no ball from when, and then Knight, they just have broken on that Arnett, he leave Arnett and gone half of you, no, and he Knight team over Dennis Taylor. Miller or Knight shouldn't Knight team over Dennis Taylor.
Okay.
I'm glad to say last part I show this and let her finish.
This is what I say. Them man take the football all the while like a politics around football. The best team to play for Jamaica at all times. I don't know, friend thing.
Well, the issue about Omar Knight is that when we had the time with Panama,
Travis, check the private message.
I saw him around he was called in to train with the 8 Englishmen or English-born Jamaicans, and so he would have been in and around the program. Jaden just drop in, but make we see. I agree with you. I have a question mark on Dennis on Miller, because as far as I can tell, Miller haven't played a competitive league game in 6 years. Period. And I'm not joking that. In Sweden, he played one cup game, one cup competition game. So man can look up that.
But Travis, on a note of defamation, you have to be careful. You come on them forum and I blurt out things like that and I call people name. Do you have it? If you don't have any, Roland, just listen to me now. We don't want to go back to it now. I just tell you this.
No, man, I understand what you say, man. I understand.
You don't want to be calling people name like that. These are defamatory statements in a bridging. You have to be careful.
No, yeah, I understand, but he's voicing an opinion, though.
Exactly, and that's my opinion.
That's an opinion.
And coach, me have my reasons, you know. Me have my reasons, a long time reasons.
Okay.
I'm not disclose that. From when Dennis the arena and a certain person, they want Dennis to come out Mobile United. Let me tell you that. Coach, football politics rival, you know.
Yeah, man.
In Jamaica, you know.
I see we have Paul Maxwell jumping on here. Welcome, sir.
Cataract, I have a question for you. Well, on coach. Cataract, what on Casey Palmer? I don't see him play for Bristol. What go on?
Casey Palmer?
Yeah, I'm not play more than a month now. We check the team every day.
I'd have to look into that. To tell you
yeah, man. Check it out, man.
I have to keep up.
Something all right. That's how with Casey Palmer. Now play from when? Not even 19.
I have to make an inquiry. But I know that the coach, upon one time, the coach was saying that he's lazy. One, that's the last thing we did read. The coach has said lazy and now did the defensive work. But
Mr. Maxwell, can you hear us?
Okay.
Yes, man, I can hear you clearly. I am all ears and we are all ears now. I don't know, Coach Minzy, how much time have we got? I want to hear from Mr. Maxwell. What is his take? Does he know anything informative and useful and constructive regarding this whole Cavaliers selection situation? Coach Minzy, how much time have we got, sir?
We soon finish, but we can't hear him.
All right. Speak, Mr. Maxwell.
Okay, I didn't know that was an issue, to be honest. I was going to mention about something else.
Yeah,
but,
man, talk about this something else and then you address, Richard. Hold on.
Say again, sir.
Sorry?
What did you say, Coach Minzy? What did you say, Coach Minzy?
No, I want. I know that apparently Mr. Maxwell came on to address something. I want him to address that and then answer Richard's question.
Wonderful.
Okay. One of the things I was going to address basically was something came up. They were inquiring about, and it has come up several times. Okay, look at it. Look at this. When players are to come into the national team setup, especially from overseas, the clubs have to get an invitation as X amount a period before. When that player drops out, right, they can't be replaced by just going to another club and so on, because the club can say that they didn't have sufficient notice. So that is one of the reasons why this local cohort especially is necessary, because you can easily pull a player from the island instead of, if 5 players drop out of the team that are invited, come out of the team at the last moment, you cannot replace them with another overseas player. You're going to have to go local. That's one of the things that has happened, and I've heard it before on the coaches' desk, why people asking, oh, why didn't you ask, say, another player from somewhere else, fly him in? It doesn't work that way. If the club does not get enough notice, they have a specific period, and if that club is not notified, they are under no obligation to release the player. However, the local players can actually come in at a moment's notice. So that's one of the reasons why the local base has been revitalized by Coach Hall, so that we can now have that local cohort that we can call on at any time. That's what I wanted to address. The other question, yeah, I have a little connection with Cavalier, so I can speak a little bit on that, but I don't think it's a Cavalier issue. It's a JFF. What exactly is the issue there you wanted to ask?
They're saying about six Cavalier. Why 6 Cavalier player on the team?
4 players are with Cavalier. 2 players used to play for Cavalier.
Now look at that answer and the silence that has followed therein. Now I'm going to add.
Well, what is there to say? No, I'm not understanding. Hold on. The 4 players that are there, 3 of those players have been in the national team, coming straight down through at various points. Jaden White has been in the national setup consistently for a number of years. Jamai Tope has also been there, and Richard King was recently called. All 3 of them have been in this recent selections. They have all been there. The only new player there per se would be Dwayne Atkinson, who a lot of people have been calling for his inclusion.
Could you say something about Hacker? Could you say something about Hacker? You've just explained this Cavalier situation without drama, without excitement, and I'm listening carefully and I can hear where you're coming from. That sounds reasonable to me. What would you say by way of Hacker's selection from your standpoint, Mr. Maxwell? What is it? Is it significant or insignificant?
Okay, look at it this way. The team we're talking about, first we're talking about the team for Peru. We don't know what the team is going to look like for Mexico going forward. However, if you look at the stats, the basic statistics, and I think this is one of the things that the selection panel of Paul Hall, Maron Gordon, and Donzel had seen, is that Haka, I'm assuming that he was picked as his performance as a center half.
Well, let me ask you a question, Mr. Maxwell. How certain you are about that selection panel?
100%.
Okay.
Leave it at that. Paul Hall had the final say. Excuse me?
Yeah,
Paul Hall
had
the final
you're
say
saying about
selection.
Yeah, you and I had a discussion.
Hold on, Cranky, 1 minute.
Let Mr. Maxwell speak. Go ahead.
A lot of us are assuming that Paul Hall does not know the local players. Just remember that once he was appointed, try to remember he made a statement that he's going to be watching the local league. Just think about it. You can watch the local league anywhere in the world. So we are assuming that because Paul Hall is not at the games, he doesn't know them. He does. Go ahead now, Cranky.
Interesting.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One is you mentioned the last time that a three-man panel picked the team. Donswell, Paul Hall, and someone else. I forgot who it is. One of the assistant coaches.
Meron Gordon, assistant coach.
Meron. Yeah. Secondly, you keep referring to Haka's performance as a center half, even though he played none of the games as a CM, not CDM, CM. We have watched Haka play, and I find it hard for anyone objectively to justify him being close to the national team. And that we can't find any player in the system that's playing now who can do a better job. I find it hard to believe, because if we can't, we're in serious trouble as a nation playing football. Serious trouble.
Okay, let me just make it clear. I am one of the biggest critics of Javon Watson, personally. But when I was confronted with the basic statistics that are there, and I have seen them myself, right? Even though a lot of people will say, oh, if you watch the games, the basic eye test, his experience, this is almost, albeit something that happened when we had Peter Cargill in the team. Haka doesn't have the legs, but he has the experience. He has the experience to get into positions and so on to avert danger before it happens. One of the things in modern day football, you don't want your defenders to do too much tackling. What you want is the interceptions. That is very key. When you tackle, that means you have already made a mistake. Okay?
And what you don't want on the team is a light post. What you don't want is a light post. Because a light post can block up a space. I've watched the games he has played. He's a light post. I hate to be derogatory. Your light post can take up a lot of space, and your light post can block stuff. But when you move around the light post, he can't move. I watched him play games. Are we talking about football now? Are we talking about stats? What stats? The stats of the eye test, or the stats that come up on all these sofa scores and all these? Because I watched the stats. I quote the stats in this forum. 14 touches in a game, 7 passes, 50% passes. What stats are we alluding to?
And he has not had a lot of interception, Cranky.
Coach, please pull up the last stat from. We can go to stats.
Cranky,
he has not had a lot of interception.
Let me give you a basic fact. This team here is, I think, in the region of average age 24. The majority of them, right, have a limited amount of international experience. So at this stage, and I'm just speaking for the Peru game, personally, I wouldn't have an issue for Peru, right? Because looking at it, you have to remember he's also not available for that match, the Mexico match. You need to have some sort of guidance there, because there are not that many players in the team here with that experience. So at this stage, we don't know.
Yeah, but we have Low, we have Taxi, we have Speedy. We have experience in the team. Or you mean they need hand-holding, they need mentoring?
Them there, hold on. Even with them there, the idea when Watson was brought in was the same reason with them there, that he has a lot more experience than they do, which is a fact.
Mr. Maxwell, we're not taking away the experience, We agree with you on that. But when they say this man is intercepting play, and when we look on his stats, it's not there.
Rudolph Austin has a lot of experience.
So the people in the comment section say you're being mendacious, like Karate Show.
Yeah, Jumpy Harris has a lot of experience, Very experienced forward. We're not bringing Jumpy to the World Cup. We're not bringing Jumpy to Mexico. Because Jumpy's about 70-something years old. We're not
question.
Experience.
Okay, the 2 matches that he had to play as a centre half, did we keep a clean sheet?
Mr. Maxwell,
I have this. In spite of him, we keep a clean sheet.
Frankie, let me say this specifically. He did not play a full match as centre half. He came on for half of a match. But in another game, if you could explain to me, Mr. Maxwell, and I have a question from the very first comment, but boy, I look like somebody goes to my Wi-Fi. But I want to say, would you be satisfied with a player that has 11 touches in 90 minutes?
No, it was more than 11. It was 14, I think.
Oh, 14. Sorry.
No,
it was more than 11. It was more than 11 because it was 7 passes.
7 passes. 14 touches, 7 passes.
You play 90 minutes. You have 1 pass every 50 minutes. You're not playing against Man City.
No, hold on. Stand. Don't badger the witness. I just want to find out from Mr. Maxwell. What would be your assessment of any player who played 14 touches in 90 minutes with 7 passes?
Okay, let's look at it this way. I'm not a national selector. I basically deal the youth level.
No,
right?
No, but Mr. Maxwell,
and
I'm not asking you as a selector. No. I'm just asking you as a football.
Personally?
As a football man. As a football.
You see, you're a scout?
Scout. No, hold on. That's not a regular. That's a football scout, football brain. 7 passes, 14 touches, 90 minutes. What would be your assessment of that player?
Okay, honestly, if I went to that match and I came to look at that player, I would not have no idea. I wouldn't select him. I wouldn't invite him to come to be part of my program.
Okay. So you see, the players played and we held a clean sheet. And we held a clean sheet because the opposing team didn't carry their shooting boots. Not because we had some wonderful, overly wonderful defensive work. So that's just my assessment, what I'm saying there, right? So I don't think that anybody can sensibly, unless they want to be shipped immediately to Bellevue in the night, justify Javon Watson's play.
Okay. Let me make something clear, right? This might be okay. The idea is not mine. I understand that it is one of the reasons why he's still there. Let's just leave it at that. For him to have been selected, it was brought up, I think, within that selection meeting why he's there now.
So he's a mentor.
I'll just leave that.
So he's a mainstay in the team now. So, but let me just say, Mr. Maxwell, you see the difference with Jamaica now and what the selection panel and those in the JFF and is that there are those of us who research and there's an abundance of information. So it's not like one time when we never know and people hide the thing in the book and we can't find it. We know it. And every time that something comes up that is awry, we are going to highlight it and we are going to come with the facts. So nobody can come tell me that Haka is no steel in a no middle of no park. That will not fly. I rest there because they say sometimes I'm very aggressive, Mr. Maxwell. So I will rest there.
A point well made, Katarek. A point well made. Before I go, great show, by the way. Great show. Great to hear the reasoning. I hope that the drama doesn't get out of hand. And this is where my last question to Mr. Maxwell comes in. Mr. Maxwell, what do you think are the prospects going forward of Mr. Paul Hall in your wise estimation? I'm a little concerned at the furore that is being thrown up with the selection of the Cavaliers players, numbers-wise. You have shed some light and poured cold, sober reasoning over it. You've addressed the Haka situation, but let me go forward. With the Mexico game going forward, I suggested that following an interview had with Mr. Wint on the I Am Sure show, that Mr. Wint is suggesting that there won't be a wholesale change scenario for the Jamaican squad come Mexico, and who knows for the rest of the remaining octagonal campaign. What do you hope and what do you expect? Could you speculate as to what the composition of a Paul Hall led Jamaican team could look like? Will it have the wholesale
It's not a
changes,
fair-
or will
that's
it
not
be
a
a
fair
little
question.
more conservative? We're speculating. Mr. Maxwell.
Speak.
Okay, let me just tell you. I think right now we're seeing the template. Look at it this way. Look at the squad that's there. There are basically 3 out and out center halves chosen, and Watson has been selected as a center half. I can tell you that much. So those are the 4 center halves. Almost most of the other players. Look at the composition of the amount of attack-minded, not just attack-minded, attack-minded, creative players that can create for themselves and the team. So there is a difference in the composition already, right? So we have to look at that. So the youth also, if you look carefully at this team, you can also see that this is a base for 2026 coming up, because one of the significant points in 2026 is going to be that USA, Canada, and Mexico are not going to be in it. It's one of the easiest times Jamaica will have. I'm sure that Coach Hall is very interested in keeping the position going into 2026. So what I can say, and it's basic football with the team going forward, there's not going to be any wholesale. They can't be at this stage. You can bring in a couple of players.
Can I
Sorry?
interject? I think Richard's question was
5 minutes to go,
I'm going to try
gentlemen.
to take it what Richard's question was, which is, we will be selecting more overseas-based players for the window coming up, not around the local players who we're trying to blend and mesh.
Yes.
Will we go source more overseas players?
I just answered yes.
Yeah, but here's the point. Mr. Wynn said on Manning's Man Pro, I think it was, about not bringing in a number of players.
Wholesale.
Well,
Okay,
wholesale
Cranky,
3 or
give me a
4
second. I think
versus-
your time is limited. Let me just help you out here. Hold on. There are a lot of players. If you look at Ethan, Pinnock, all of these guys, they're already into the pool, So if they are called, they are not new, right? If a Demari Gray is called or a Kevin Stewart is called, those would be new. And that might be just it. That's not wholesale changes. If they are called, I didn't say they're going to be called.
Mr. Maxwell, let me ask you a question. Because I heard the name Kevin Stewart and Jordan Cousins mentioned when the president and Mr. Wint were speaking. Does anybody in the GFF keep abreast of the players who have Jamaican passports and what they're doing?
I watched Kevin Stewart the other day.
Oh, they did. Kevin Stewart, who is injured and not coming back until April.
I understand he did what?
Jordan Cousins, who has a season-ending injury. Mr. Maxwell, this is cataract. I've never been on a program with you before, sir. But we make people back up.
I am going by report.
Kevin Stewart is injured and will not be playing physically until Easter. Concerns being that his career may be at an end because he has broken down twice in his recovery program. Jordan Cousins is out for the season.
Interesting.
I just had to pull that up because
what I can say.
Hello? Let me say. I'm not really battering on you. I'm saying I pick my targets. You see the gentleman who is in the UK who purporting to be a scout like him know anything. He need to spend less time sipping tea and more time and read all of the local newspaper and the club paper them and keep abreast of the players and what their status is. So those two players will never be able to play in this World Cup qualifiers. Kevin Stewart is an excellent, very, very good. I wouldn't say excellent. He's a very good central defensive midfielder who, as a Jamaican, I sympathize with him because unfortunately he would be in the Premier League had it not been for his injuries and health condition. He suffers from continuous injuries, and that held him back in the Premier League at Liverpool. It held him back when he went to Hull. But as a Jamaican, I feel it for him and I wish him to come back. I had a question carrying on there. What's wholesale? Because as a mathematician, I like to deal with numbers. What is the definition of wholesale? Because I heard this in commented lexicon of the GFF.
What
So,
I think they mean by wholesale is that they
This is
mean
the
that
last point.
you'll be having like 6, 7, 8 new players that have never played before. So if we have a Jamal Lowe or a Ethan Pinnock returning, that's not a change. They're already in the pool.
That's not a change. We are aware of that. So you're saying 6 or 7 or 8 is a new.
If you're getting new players like a Demari Gray, as I said, or a Stewart, if you get 1 or 2, that would be in reason. That's not wholesale.
Coach.
Yes.
I beg you this 60 seconds. You are aware of the and I was asking, are you aware of the number of Premier League players who have indicated? And I was only able to put questions in the chat to Mr. Witt. So when he said about if we know if them want to play for Jamaica and when Jamaica call them no answer yet. Are you aware of the number of Premier League players who have indicated in the media in England their desire to represent Jamaica?
Okay, hold on. Let me just say one thing on that quickly. Okay? If I know that you have some linkages in all of them and so on, what I would tell any player, it doesn't cost them anything. It does not give up their English chances of playing for England. If they go ahead and get their Jamaican documents out and have them sitting on, so that when the time comes, we don't have to waste 6, 7, 8 weeks, whatever, or how many months to find certain documents. If I had a son, I would tell him simply, get your stuff together. And if you still want to muse and think about playing for England, if you do decide, you will have your Jamaican passport there ready. It does not make sense that you say, oh, yes, I'm Jamaican and I'm going to wait. You need to have your stuff ready. So if
you're aware that I'm not going to be facetious. You make that statement in the full knowledge that if somebody is born in Jamaica, they are a Jamaican citizen. So I'm saying to you again, are you aware of the Jamaicans born in Jamaica don't need 6, 7 weeks to get citizenship?
Anyways, that's the cue. That's the cue, gentlemen. I'm sorry that we have to go, but listen to me. This wholesale thing, based on the situation that we're in, I'm not gonna say it's a bad thing, because when you sell things wholesale, you sell it cheap and you make small profit. And right now, any type of profit we get, it is a good get. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. Mr. Maxwell, big up yourself. You just happen to come on too late. Richard Tiddlywings, people remember, go out and support Richard on RS Poems. Check it out. Cranky, big up yourself. Cataract, big up yourself. Every single person who was on. You had Travis and the CC, they were on. Until next time, people, we can't wait till the weekend again, because these are some interesting
Mr. Maxwell, you have to come in early, man.
You have to jump on early, Mr. Maxwell.
Yeah, man. Because
I was going to come on in, but when I hear certain things saying that I know are wrong, I had to come on tonight. I'll be back for the next one.
The things that are wrong, but
can you hold the line? I wonder if you can hold the line. Happy New Year to one and all. Can you hold the highlight? It would be great to hold the line.
All right.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.